Well, here we go. It's time to go racing. Masters Max gets ready to hit the racetrack here. John Bonanno going to lead them to the green flag. And it's time to go. Welcome back to Kart Chasers coverage of the RMC US Trophy Final. My name is Caleb Vieska. Kyle Cuthbertson in the booth. We'll hear from Hunter Bolton and Jerry Fandry as well throughout the weekend. But it's time to go racing. Wait for the green flag. We got it. The RMC US Trophy Final is underway with heat race number 1.
Obviously, all the heat races for today were shortened to 8 minutes. See, there's Bonanno, I believe, taking the lead into Celton. No, that is Roberts who took the lead. I'm mistaken. Big slide there for Scott Roberts in the 628. The Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed, or CS55.
And now here we go. Bonanno is going to lead this field away with Roberts in second. Billy Cleveland, driver in third, driver who has represented the United States on one of the biggest stages in the world, the RMC, the Rotax Grand Finals. As they're working their way through now. This is one of the things characteristic about rain racing here, Kyle. See a lot of this field would probably be a lot closer. But these conditions make it harder for everybody else to follow and make it easier for the driver up at the front to have clean air. Masters Max underway, but at the end of the qualifying session in Senior Max, Aiden Ingrata put it on the pole. He's standing by with Jerry.
Aiden, first off, congrats on pole position. The first thing I wanted to ask you was, you've been so dominant this year, and I feel like that's the topic we continue to talk about here with, the road tax package. Does it feel like there's any, extra pressure to go out and perform this weekend?
There's no pressure. Same thing every week. Just do the best we can. But yeah, overall this week has been good. Qualified pole. Kart just kept getting better and better through the run. We did a solid job, but yeah, the team's done an amazing job in the X30 package and the road tax package. Every single time I come here, we fight for the wins. But yeah, no pressure. I already won my ticket, so now it's like, okay, I'm going for the win.
Yeah, so like you said, no pressure, which is definitely a great feeling as a driver. Do you feel like, they're going to make any changes, coming up for the first heat?
We'll see. So far, I don't think. The track's changing so much. It's kind of hard to tell what we're going to do. I think we're just going to go in the heat 1, get a solid result. Even if the kart's not in the full winning window, it doesn't matter. Just finish the heat race, and we'll see. We'll play it by ear, but the kart feels really good, so no need to change anything.
And to talk about the current track conditions, did anything catch you out or, surprise you in that qualifying session?
I think it's definitely drying a bit. Obviously it's still quite a bit wet out there, but there's a lot less standing water than the warm-up, so we'll see with the weather. Right now it's not raining, but I've heard from a couple of people that's supposed to rain in an hour, so we'll see. But yeah, I dried a little bit, still quite a bit away from being dry, but we'll see.
All right, thanks, Aiden. Back to you guys up in the booth.
Thank you very much there, Jerry. And again, good to hear from Aiden Ingrata, right? It does feel like this track is drying. Like he had a little bit of an off-track excursion, a little bit of mud there on the right-hand side of his suit. And no wetsuit for him as well. That's
the first thing I was going to say. Was he looks a little muddy there, Aiden. Not having a wetsuit, especially in these conditions at this track.
It's criminal, man.
Put one tire off on the exit of the curbs here, and it's a lot of mud.
It's almost, I would say, equivalent to not bringing an extra pair of socks to the racetrack as well when there's rain on the forecast. Sadly, can't give Aiden, too much for not bringing a rain suit. Here, I think a lot of us were caught by surprise by the weather imminent here this weekend with how good the weather was last weekend. Probably should have known with some of the drizzling that we did have kind of work its way through here nonetheless. Here's a look at John Bonanno, Kyle. What a year he's had thus far on the national scene as well. Here, not only in road tax, but also where we're so used to seeing him on the 100cc side of things in KA Masters.
Yeah, we've seen him competing a lot usually we'll see him in his comp kart machine at the Stars Championship Series. So seeing him here on a factory kart is a little bit different. Right now he's running on a first, a second, and a third in Stars competition. So pretty consistent, pretty great year for John Bonanno. All stats, obviously, courtesy of Carter DB. Go check them out. But yeah, John Bonanno's been on a heater. You know, Scott Roberts last year, we were taking a look at some of his stats. You know, last time we've seen him, or at least through events nationally, you know, last time we saw him was last year at this event where he finished third. So he's looking to one up that, and right now chasing down John Bonanno. He's on the right track.
Yeah, you saw the a little bit of lap time comparison for John Bonanno and his improvement lap by lap. That'll be something to compare as well when you look at Roberts and Bonanno as they continue. Scott Roberts with the fastest lap of the race, still closing in. Rob Mayers gained 2. He's currently the hard charger of this race up and into the top 5. And among Lawyer, Billy Cleveland, only 3rd. Billy's another one of those drivers who we've seen quite often this year, Kyle, throughout various different competitions here on the RMC side of things. And it's, you know, been a good year. I'm sure he would have probably liked to rack up a couple of more of the wins. He got a couple at the RMC Americas Trophy at rounds 1 and 2. When you look at 3 and 4, it was something different for him.
Yeah, it's always great to see Billy Cleveland competing. Specifically here, we've seen him quite a bit in the Rotax competition, but yeah, swept the trophy series, the winter trophy, and then went second in the swept the opening rounds of the Americas Trophy, and second in the 3rd and 4th rounds. See, Roberts is still creeping in on Bonanno here.
Yeah, he's starting to get closer. John Bonanno up at the front. Well, he's done a lot of races throughout the years as well. He's been over in the RMC USA West divisions over in Phoenix at PKRA and a couple of other races where he's taken part of Rotax competition. Usually where we're used to seeing him for a very long time. Oh, there's one driver going around. That was Roberts. Roberts trying to further improve on John Bonanno. He's going to go for a little spin there.
Yeah, it was unfortunate right when he was getting up to the tail end of Bonanno. That'll put an end to his bid to take the win of heat number 1, but still a long day to go. You know, nothing, you know, he got back going, nothing really truly lost on the weekend. Still a long ways to go. I think you take those positives out of heat 1 knowing you were there. You see, he didn't even lose P2 to Billy Cleveland. See, the gap of the line here is just going to grow. Let's see what it is. It's going to end up changing to 4.5 seconds. So a spin and 4 seconds loss, not the worst. It could be worse.
Yeah, it definitely could. And here's a look. Bonanno's done a lot of Rotax races in his time. Dating all the way back to the U.S. Rotax Max Challenge Grand Nationals taking place here in Newcastle Motorsports Park all the way back in 2010, Kyle. Long time, and that was really before the switch over to the RMC U.S. Trophy Final. But 2010, you talk about 16 years of Rotax racing, coming here every summer, taking part of the U.S. Trophy Final. The same in 2011 at the Rotax Grand Nationals when that was over at the Utah Motorsports campus. Finished 10th out of 30 that year. And again in 2012 when it was over at Michena Raceway Park, MRP. In 2012 finished 19th out of 21. So long history for John Bonanno, right? And it's a long time in the Rotax package, seen it evolve into what it's been through. We had the grand finals over in New Orleans back in 2014. 2014, I think thereabout was when the grand finals went over to NOLA Motorsports Park. That being said, here's the last lap for John Bonanno at a place where he's been to, and we talked about it, right? 16 years ago to the date.
Yeah, 16 years, and you know the thing about it is this track hasn't really changed. You know, when you come to Newcastle Motorsports Park, you know it's still the same surface. Sure, there's maybe a couple new bumps, a couple new, you know, quirks about it, but you know, really, if you've driven Newcastle Motorsports Park, you know what to do around here. So the biggest difference I think is seeing John Bonanno on the factory kart. You know, the factory kart, the effort that was put in this year into their single-speed program and the single-speed chassis, I think, you know, has proved to be successful, as we've seen with Oliver Hodgson in the senior ranks in pro competition. Now John Bonanno getting it done against Scott Roberts. And the other thing to point out too is, you know, we're 8 minutes and 1 lap today, and we happen to hit the 8-minute mark in the wrong spot where we ended up seeing the 2 to go, but so we did end up getting a little bit longer of a race here than we might end up getting for the rest of the classes. That's going to be something to watch.
Always something to watch. Whether or not you can beat the time, give yourself an extra lap. Not going to be the difference of a battle or two up at the front. That could be the difference maker. For John Bonanno, the difference maker for him has been putting in laps, being better than everybody else, and not putting a foot wrong. John Bonanno is going to win heat race number 1 in Masters Max over Scott Roberts and Billy Cleveland.
Yeah, we saw the gap when Scott Roberts spun was 4.5 seconds. He dropped that down to 2.1. So whether or not John Bonanno started taking it a little bit easier if he knew Scott Roberts wasn't right on his tail, we don't know. But there's your final 8 for Masters Max.
There we go. Christopher Mann out, unfortunately. Stephen Hester, Yasumasa Inouye in 6th. But Bonanno taking the first win of the day.
More from the brands you trust. Everything you need for race day starts at shopakr.com.
Hi, I'm Jackson with Alpha Race Hub. Alpha is an all-in-one motorsports software solution that can solve all the software problems you need for your track, facility, or series. Alpha can cover all your software bases, from online registration, digital e-waivers, a proprietary timing and scoring software, incident management, automated points tabulation, tire and barcode scanning. We even have our own mobile timing app and rental kart activity management software. If you're looking to consolidate your motorsports software solutions, reach out to us at alphatiming.co.uk.
Here we go, racing action continues. Mini-Max getting ready for heat race number 1. Led to the green by Charlie Page and Mace Lasek. We're gonna share row number 1 here, Hunter.
Yeah, and then you got Hudson Howard on the inside of row number 2.
Max Koutsoukis is gonna start alongside him. Slate Hero, Evan Leash, Yusuf Adi, Aiden Go, Teddy Murphy, Samuel Chavarri, Lincoln Lima, Aiden Harbaugh, Dalton Sears, Arthur Farrow, Dutch Westbrook not with us. Hendrick Ross went for a spin at the start. Only 15 drivers with us here this weekend, getting ready to take the green flag, and this one is going to be a fast start. They're going to get the green. Mini-Max is underway in 3-4. Half of the field off the racetrack into turn number 1. And through it all, it looked like one of the Kart Republics was able to get through. Carnage continues. so many collected at the start. Two of the Kart Republics get together. And up at the front, there goes the Nitro Kart, the 177 of, I believe that's Teddy Murphy, the driver of the United Kingdom, is going to take the lead.
Yeah, that was a very fast start. They were full throttle from the time they got over the hill out of I-70 all the way down the front straight. Both leaders went way off, and it collected a big amount of drivers. Slate Harrells was one of them of the MPG Kart Republics off. Evan Leach was the other MPG Kart Republic off on the exit of turn number 1.
What a start to this race. Mixing things up, but Teddy Murphy, the driver in the lead of this race. Hudson Howard's right behind him. Same as Shaver. He's going to slide in to third, and there's the rest of the pack. That's how quickly things can change here, Hunter.
Yeah, things can change a lot. And Arthur Farrow, he is all the way up to P5 or 4th right now, and he has Charlie Page right behind him. Arthur qualified 14th as Charlie Page goes up the inside in I-70 and takes that spot away. And Aiden Go goes side by side. He's able to get one. He is now behind Mason Lashek, and he's going to pull out and try to get one more going into turn number 1.
Yeah, and there's another look at the race start here, Hunter.
They just carried way too much speed in, and then you just see everyone go off. The only driver not to go off was Teddy Murphy.
A lot of these drivers here this weekend looking for that ticket to go over to Portugal at the end of the year. Teddy Murphy last year raced in Micromax. A couple of races for him over at PF International, the Rotax National Trophy, and Micro Swift and Micromax for him. Micromax finished 7th in that race. And this weekend taking part here in Minimax. Look at what he's had throughout the years. That was last year, new year for this young driver, and Teddy Murphy. We'll see what he can do here stateside. And what I believe, to my knowledge, one of his first starts, one of the first times we've seen him at least on our platform here, Hunter.
Yeah, I believe you are correct. I don't think we've ever seen Teddy Murphy on our platform here in the U.S., but he's off to a good start so far. He is up 8 spots to take the lead of this race with the chaos in turn number 1. Arthur Farrow also up 9 spots up into P5.
Now, last year, Micromax and Minimax, they were combined. Arthur Farrow did take part and finished 2nd at the RMC U.S. Trophy Final last year whenever we were here, and he was in the Minimax race. That being said, another year out here in the States for that young driver, Arthur Farrow. He actually finished 2nd to the driver who's currently 2nd on the racetrack, and same as Chavery. Looking to represent his country is now Howard with a little bit of a moment on the exit. Chavery's going to set up a crossover, get it done. Howard looking over to the left. Chavery's over on the right side. And they're still side by side. Hudson Howard stays ahead.
Yeah, Samuel Chavery had a great run here last year. And you have to think the Burrells here last year, they dominated the mini and micro class. They had the Katowski brothers. They dominated. Nico dominated the micro class, pulled away by a mile, and then you had Samuel Chavery win the mini category on the PSL Burrell Arts. And Chavery's showing some great pace, but here comes Page back at it.
Yeah, Jack Katowski, that was driver in micro. Now Chavery, the one here in 3rd. A good year for him last year, looking to go back-to-back at the U.S. Trophy Final. Farrow's starting to close in, so is Charlie Page. Page is already up to 4th. But up at the front, Teddy Murphy. 8 spots gained since the start of this race. The only one better right now is Arthur Farrow, who currently sits in 5th. 9 spots gained, currently the hard charger. He's falling under fire now. Aiden Go right behind him. The driver in the Parolin. Starting to take the fight over to the driver of the United Kingdom. They're fighting for 5th.
Yeah, we got 2 different battles going on right now. We have the battle for about P2/3 and 4, and then we go back to that battle with Aiden Go and Farrow. There's a lot going on between these 2 groups. They're a little bit spaced out, and you have to think if Farrow and Go work together, they could catch up to Page and Chavery while they're battling. But Go's trying to get around Farrow because Farrow hasn't had a great pace so far this weekend, as there goes Page up the inside of Chavery. Shavery's going to hold the outside, and Page is going to get the spot going into Cell Tower.
A little bit of shuffling in between the two. 8 spots gained at the moment. There's a look at how they stack up 7 for Shavery. Lasek's down 5, goes up 2. A couple of shuffling there in between all these drivers as they work their way through into the infield now. 2.5 to go, just a little bit less than that, plus 1 lap. And it's a matter of just accumulating points. Put yourself in a good position before the main event. Make or break. For a lot of these drivers, they're still rolling on through out of the shark fin, up and into the I-70 hairpin. And Howard's really on the wheel trying to close down the gap. Hasn't quite been able to. Same for Aiden Go. He's trying to close on into Farrow. Hasn't been able to get around him just yet. Lasek's right behind him in the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart. And then another one right behind him is Yusufati on the Prime Power or OTK.
You said Hudson Howard was up on the wheel trying to close in, and that time by 5/10 better than your race leader of Teddy Murphy. I don't think there's quite enough time left for him to get up there, but Aiden Go and Farrow are still going at it, and we have another battle between Mace Lasek and Audi now.
Yeah, here goes Aiden Go looking to work his way around Yusufati. Just able to get ahead of Mace Lasek, who's going to cross him up. Lasek inside, clear. And Go still trying to work away by the 124. Hasn't found it yet. And there goes Go. Little look on the inside as they're working their way down and into the green corner.
And you saw a little mistake out of Farrow. He dropped the tire, pressing the hill, coming through that section right there. That little mistake just helped him get up there, and Page got by on Howard now, and they're really closing into your race leader.
Yeah, they're starting to close in here. Hudson Howard, Teddy Murphy, the gap last time at the line was about 1.5 seconds. It's now less than that. Howard was just passed by Charlie Page. So Page is up to second. And looking to close on into Teddy Murphy. And you see Murphy, a wide line there on the exit of I-70. Everybody else a little bit narrow as there goes a change. We looked away for a second, and we missed it. A pass back for 5th. Aiden Go into the top 5. Arthur Farrow now looking to respond. Side by side, inside of turn number 1. Arthur Farrow looking to go on Mace Lasek. Farrow is clear and up to 6th.
Yeah, Farrow's just fighting for his life right now, trying to hold on to what he can to get a good heat race result. Before we go into heat 2, you have to think he kind of knows what the kart needs now, what he's missing on track after seeing everyone go by him. He's got to work, but if you look ahead, Teddy Murphy and Charlie Page are right on each other now.
Starting to close in. There goes a big send there on the inside. Looking to go is Yusufati on Mace Lasek and both on Farrow, and now looking on the inside. Adi crossover by Lasek. I mean, how many times are we going to see that here this weekend, especially in conditions like this, Hunter? It's just, you know, you see it everywhere we go. Inside, crossover, able to overtake with such ease. Adi, sadly that time, Lasek played it perfectly and was able to deny him.
Yeah, Audi was able to get that spot just perfectly, and now we are up on the battle for the lead. It's a little bit of difference in the line between Page and Teddy Murphy there. Teddy had a little bit of a mistake coming out of the scoreboard. He got a little bit sideways up on the exit curbs, and there's a little bit of a lower line out of Page going through I-70.
Yeah, and again, Charlie Page is in the best position right now because he's, again, seeing what Teddy Murphy's doing, right? Trying different lines. How can you go better? You got to find it here soon. White flag flies. Last lap in heat race number 1 in Mini-Max racing action. Teddy Murphy, 8 spots gained. Here goes on the inside. Charlie Page is looking for the lead. Murphy's going to deny him to hold on.
Yeah, Murphy held the outside perfectly good right there. Able to hold on, and now he's going to throw a little bit of a low block right there. He's going to slide high, and there goes there goes Page.
Yeah, Charlie Page, and now Murphy is able to get by. Gets into the side of him. Hudson Howard starting to close on in. Murphy, the narrow line on the left-hander, the 90-degree, to work their way into the little S's section, up into the cell tower hairpin. Just going narrow, washed him out wide, allowed Page to get on the inside, and Murphy quickly responded, not allowing Page to get back by, and now into the green corner. Charlie Page starting to close on into Teddy Murphy again. A couple of more opportunities at hand. And now he's going to look for it in the scoreboard on the inside. Page, not quite there. Murphy still holds on.
Page has to be careful because here comes Hudson Howard, and we've seen what can happen on the straightaway coming to the finish line with how long it is, and it's going to be a 3-kart battle down the straightaway.
And here we go. We've seen drag races more often than not here. We saw it all last weekend. Murphy just has to be perfect in the final corner. Again, a little bit of difference in line out of Charlie Page, looking for a little bit more on the exit. He's not going to find it quite. Teddy Murphy, 8 spots gained. He's going to win heat race number 1 in Minimax.
Teddy Murphy with that great start with all the chaos, able to take the win away. Charlie Page able to climb back up to second after falling way back on the start. Hudson Howard up into third. Samo Chavarie in fourth. Aiden Go in fifth. And Farrow all the way up to 6, 8 spots gained.
Yusuf Adi, Kutsukas, Slate Harrow, Harbaugh. Chaotic start to this race. Threw a wrench at things for all drivers here this weekend, but Teddy Murphy is going to take the win on the Ryan Perry Motorsports Nitro Kart. Confusion there with Tristan Murphy. Not quite Tristan.
I mean, RPM.
Well, Tristan on the LTK, Teddy on the Nitro Kart here this week in the 177, joining us over from the UK. What a start for Teddy. He's the first winner in Micromax at the end of heat race number 1.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make weight. Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
Wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakRacing.com.
Time to go racing in 85cc water-cooled shifter packages. The factory karts getting ready to go green here. Christopher Yautzi surprised us all to the line. pulled out a heater. He's getting ready to start off on the pole alongside Wyatt Kroger. Brandon Eng and R.J. Brown are going to share row number 2 with Liet Simonelli, Drake Williamson on row number 3, and Eli Furnish on his lonesome. Mac on row number 4. A standing start for all these drivers. We're getting ready to get the green and go racing here. 8 minutes plus 1 lap coming your way next. Road tax officials getting them all lined up. Yahtzee is going to take his spot on the inside. 7 drivers total. A5CZ shifters. It's time to go, and one of them stalling at the back. Looks like the 509 of Drake Williamson. And another one as well. Needing to get refired. Eli Furnish, the driver who wasn't even able to set a lap in the qualifying session, trying to get that thing refired. Well, here we go. We look for the green flag. It's out. 2, 3 of them coming together. Yahtzee stalls it off the line.
That's Bazonsky who stalled it.
That was Wyatt Kroger there. Kroger stalls it off the line on the 520. Asher Bazonsky, we'll see him in the FD65 later on today. But now went into the lead of the race is Brandon Eng. Only one that was able to get fired off quite nicely. Here goes Yahtzee looking on the inside. Able to get clear.
Yeah, great move out of Yahtzee to get back up into P2. And Brandon Eng able to get a good start. He's really the only one that we've seen in this category all year. He's really the only one with experience trying to get this kart off the line. We don't really get to see these junior drivers in the shifter category trying to get off the line. So that's something they need to work on a little bit, and we saw that yesterday and throughout the day. Billy Musgrave going out and helping them practice their starts coming into pit lane, and then did a practice start this morning.
And again, it's something different when you're on rain tires, right? And when the moment really kind of matters and when it presents itself. Something to navigate for all these drivers. But they're all rolling now, all going through. We'll see if we can do better, whether it's the FC65s later on today with the mini drivers or the juniors here. If the minis can do it better, then, you know, we'll see. We'll see if the minis or the juniors are able to get this thing fired off quite well. It's still a learning curve, big learning curve for all these drivers, and you know, it's something to manage, something new for a lot of them. The rain is definitely showing. So Christopher Yahtzee, though, again, a rough start for him, stalled it off the line, but now starting to come into life.
Yeah, he's coming back to life. You know, we're talking about these starts, and I almost think the FZ65s, they might have a little bit better chance of getting off the line. Billy was out there yesterday. I saw him do 2 starts every single time they were coming to the pits. I didn't really get to see Billy over there for the FZ85s, but the FZ65s, he was over there every single time practicing starts with those kids.
Yeah, some of these drivers have also been kind of doing this all year as well, right? Some new faces with now the RMC US Trophy Final being here in Newcastle, Indiana. So a lot of drivers local here to Indiana taking part and wanting to again take part of the action here this weekend and learn a little bit as well, right, from a SCUSA Pro Tour champion last year. a driver who we see race up at the front more often than not. And Billy Musgrave, 6-time Super Nationals champion as well. Well, this one just about to get to the halfway point, and Brandon Eng playing with a limit here. All the way to the outside of the racetrack. Exit of turn number 3. And you see him just dip a tire there past the rumble strips. A lot of water gets collected there, Hunter, and with all the grass runoff that you have here, you know, it's, you know, we saw with Aiden Grotto, right? The entire right side of his suit filled with mud and just, he was drenched at the end of it. So that being said, it's just, you know, pushing the limit, but not going over it is a fine line to kind of try and navigate.
It is a fine line to navigate, but you're also trying to find new lines because this track is constantly changing. You can start to see a small dry line forming on the outside as there goes a move for Yahtzee up the inside. Didn't quite work. Brandon Eng able to hold on to the lead for now.
Yeah, Christopher looked for it on the inside of the scoreboard hairpin, and Brandon Eng was able to go and rip the high side. Yahtzee looking to catch him by surprise. Couldn't quite get through. And now again on the inside, Yahtzee up and over the curb and the I-70 hairpin. Still couldn't get by as they're working their way onto the front stretch. Brandon Eng holds on, the winner at the RMC America's Trophy back in Cincinnati. Still leads this field.
Yeah, he's leading, but he's got a lot of pressure, and there comes another up the inside curb from Yahtzee. Yahtzee's really getting up on these inside curbs, trying to find a way around, and here he goes again. He's going to try it into the green corner, or into the blue corner. He's able to get it stick this time. Now Brandon Eng's in the perfect spot to learn from the local of this track, Christopher Yahtzee. This is the perfect time for him, and Brandon Eng right back to the inside in cell tower. He's able to get that move to stick.
And now there they go, Yahtzee still working at it. And again, while it is a lot of places to pass around this place, the green corner, could it be it for Yahtzee again? Trying the inside and the outside for Brandon Eng, showing that it's a little bit better here, Hunter. And now Yahtzee again on the inside in a scoreboard. Side by side into the shark fin. Eng stays ahead. And these two are delivering a great battle here in FZ85. Eng still holding Yahtzee up. Now it's a matter of where Liet Simonellic finds himself. Could he get himself into the mix here? Because these two continue to fight.
Yeah, these two are going to battle it out. I honestly thought Brandon Eng was going to sit back and watch Christopher Yahtzee for about a lap or two, just see where Christopher Yahtzee's taking that little bit of time away from him, using these curves, but he wanted to go right back. He wants to control this race. He wants to stay out front. He's doing that as of now. You see a little bit difference in line now. Yang's starting to go a little bit lower, not quite all the way down to the curbs, but he's getting lower, and he does it again there. But the outside, you can't beat the outside because the grip is out there right now, and you're able to carry more speed, and there goes Christopher Yahtzee up the inside through the double lefts. Double rights, my apology.
And there you go, Yahtzee now able to get himself through, and we'll see if he can extend this gap in any way possible over Brandon Eng. He has been faster over one lap speed. I mean, you saw it in qualifying, right? Able to out-qualify everybody in this field. And now it's a matter of whether or not they can stay out in front. And something to note here, because this track does look like it's drying here, Hunter.
Yeah, you can start to see where the outside is. It's starting to dry up a little bit, not too much. It's not drying as fast as we saw previously at MCC, but there is a small dry line forming, and you can see they're all going down to the bottom side to try to get that little bit of slickness on those tires so they don't overheat them. Christopher Yahtzee able to go even faster that last time by, able to take a 10th away from Brandon Eng. Only 1/10. Brandon's not falling off too hard, but it's a long race, and it's good for Brandon Eng to try to figure out where he's losing the time right now.
Yeah, well, they're again working their way through. Time going to expire the next time by when they cross the line. Yahtzee over Brandon Eng. The race continues. Liette Simonellic, Eli Furnish, Wyatt Kroger, R.J. Brown. The fastest lap of the race, and Drake Williamson, all of them improving. Shows you this track is also improving. In comparison to what we saw, we were up almost in the 129s, high 120s. Now it's starting to improve quite significantly. Down on 124.312. 124.3 for Yahtzee and company. So this track does look like it's drying here, Hunter.
Yeah, the track is slowly drying out, but you have to get props to the fastest lap of the race, R.J. Brown.
Look at the lap time breakdown there. Lap number 1, a 129, 127, 26, 26, and then a 24. And this time down to the 23s. So if you're looking at a turning point in this racetrack, I think we have just gotten there. Whether or not there's still damp spots, it's something that is going to be to note for everybody else, right? There's obviously a dry line forming, but a lot like what we saw in Cincinnati a couple of weeks ago when we were over at the Stars Championship Series. Yes, everything online could be dry. What about everything offline? Is it good enough for you to go racing? From what you're seeing here, it looks pretty dry to me, Hunter. I'm curious to hear your opinion.
I don't think we're quite to dry tires yet. You can see in this back section it's still really damp. I feel like the first time we might see someone try a slick tire combo will be Junior Max. I don't see it happening before that. That gives us 2 more classes to dry the track out. We still have the FZ 125s and then the Micro Max, and then we'll come over to the Junior Max, and that's when I feel like we'll see our first person try the slicks.
Well, I'm going to be curious to hear as to what's going down on the grid after this, what drivers are deciding to do, what they want to do, whether it's slicks, whether it's wets. But Christopher Yahtzee, it has been, again, a great drive to recover after a hectic start for the 531 to put himself back to the top. He's had to work for it. Brandon Eng did not make it easy for him. And now Yahtzee is going to take the win. An FZ85 Junior heat race number 1 over Brandon Eng, who crosses the line in second, and coming across in third. Going to be Eli Furnish, finishing your top 3. How about Eli? Started back in 7th, last on the grid, puts himself up to 3rd.
Just a small little side note with how the track is drying out. Yesterday, the FZ85s in final practice, the fastest lap was with Brandon Eng at a 1:10.6. The fastest lap we got this race was a 1:23.1 out of RJ Brown. So the track is still 12 to 13 seconds off the pace. That's quite a big margin to get down still.
And that could be tires. That could all be in the tires, right? So, I don't know. We're going to find out. We'll wait to hear from if Jerry's got anything for us here on the other side. Well, actually, while I say that, why don't we send it down to Jerry, who's standing by on the grid. Jerry, what do you got for us? What's going down on grid? Whether you look at it, a couple of drivers on slick tires. Hunter, we talked about the transition window.
I think it's too early for these slicks. I think that the comp car right there, I think he's going to be our whoever's on wets, I think is going to get it out early, pull away. I think this is their race. I think it's just too early for those slick tires at the moment.
So here's an exact look as to who we have on what. Couple of drivers on wets. Only three drivers on wets here in this race. The rest of the field opting to go on dry tires. The 442 is going to be on wets. The 419 as well. They're going to be on the wet tires. Rory Vanderster is going to be on wet, so this is something to keep an eye on here. And I think it'll be quite significant. All right, you'll see the difference. But Hunter, again, you're thinking we're still at maybe the intermediate. A lot of drivers took the gamble, and from what we saw in the big improvement out of Yahtzee in that previous heat race, So this track has developed a whole lot over the last 2 hours here, Hunter.
Yeah, and one thing I guess you could note on the subject of these tires is Rotax is a series that makes you scan in your rain tires. So you have to scan them in before you get to the racing point, kind of where like CK&A does it. It's not where you can just show up to the grid with whatever set of tires you want. So maybe it is a smart play to go the slick route and not burn up a whole brand new set of rain tires.
Well, here we go. Gage Corn is on slicks, so is Theo Kakati. Rory Vanderster, the first of the drivers on wets. Green flag is out and off the line. Theo Kakati's going to take the whole shot with a stall off the line for Gage Corn.
And then Rory up to P2 on those wet tires. He's slipping and sliding through there, but Kakati, I think he's got a good setup in there as we have one driver way off.
We got one of them off. That's the comp cart that was off the racetrack, and now John Crow, driver who races in Supermasters over at the Stars Championship Series. Look at that. There's a good look. Great comparison. Wets against dries. And John Crow on the inside. Look at the exit there. John Crow blows by Rory Vanderster. There goes Gage Corn as well, looking for a way by. I think the drivers on wets took the gamble and probably ended up making the wrong decision here, Hunter. This track, I think it's past the crossover point. We're there. Rory's holding on for dear life.
You know, Caleb, I guess I have to say I was wrong on this one. The track doesn't look that dry, but we're also looking through a screen. We don't have the eyes on the ground. Maybe Jerry could just give us more information on how the track looks from down there, but from in here on the screens, it looks a little bit wet still, but from what we're seeing, I was wrong. It is a slick track.
And there we go, more moves. Looking on the inside, there goes Rory Vanderster for Gage Corn, and Corn still looking to go right back by. Nothing just yet for Gage. But now, as we work our way through, Gazione is starting to close on into John Crow. As now Gage able to get by on Rory. And there's a look, everybody down on the grid, starting to mount those slick tires. We're there, Hunter. We have arrived.
Yeah, everyone's going to be on a scramble now. They probably thought the track was still going to be wet the way we were talking earlier, but after seeing everyone out there on the FC 125 shifters out there, they know it is a slick tire track, and they're going hard to work to get everything changed over as Rory just keeps falling backwards. Lost 2 more spots in the scoreboard corner. This is not the race you wanted to see.
Yeah, definitely not what Kyle would have wanted. Sorry, what Rory would have wanted, my apologies, in this race, as now they continue to work their way by. There was a couple of more that were also finding themselves on the wet tires. And unfortunately, being hurt by it, Rory, one of those. And now Mitchell starting to work his way through this field as well. Mason Mitchell up to 8 after falling down the order. And up at the front, Owen Gazione with the fastest lap of the race. Looking to close on down to Theo Kakati.
He's got a big margin of close down. He is 2.2 seconds back in that last time by. He was only a 10th faster than your race leader, Theo Kakati. So he's got to find a lot of pace to catch up to him. As we take a quick look at our weather, we're up to 71 degrees Fahrenheit right now, and track temps at 75.
Yeah, and that track temp is relatively low in comparison to what we saw here last week. Granted, we did have a little bit of sunshine. We did have full, dry conditions throughout the weekend last year at the final round of the Superkarts USA Pro Tour. So this track temp is pretty low in comparison to what we saw last year. Also a big difference, everybody here is on the Avinco Blues. There's nobody on Avinco Reds, only Avinco Blues for all these drivers out here this weekend. So also something to note, something different for the senior drivers if you were racing in 125 last weekend in the X30 senior package. Whatever data you got out of the tires, tire pressure, it'll be the same, but a little bit different because this tire is a little bit harder in comparison to that Avinco Red.
Yeah, tire pressures will be just a little bit different, maybe a tiny bit higher, depending on how the track condition is compared to last weekend. But the other thing to note with the weather is the wind right now. We're sitting at about 13 miles per hour of wind. and that's a lot of wind. That probably makes Rio feel about 68 degrees outside right now, a little bit colder, and that's probably why we're seeing the track temperature be so low besides all the rain that we had laid down. But all these drivers out there, the track temperature is going to continue to build up and get that a little bit warmer, and I could see a full track be by around lunchtime, but then you have to think about after lunch. There is another storm coming for us, Caleb.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Well, I'm just going to forget you just said that. But that being said, they're working their way through. Here's a look at John Crow and Gage Corn. Yeah, there's a look at the forecast. Hopefully it misses us. Fingers crossed, everybody. And hopefully it doesn't hit us. That being said, Gage Corn still working on John Crow. Looking on the inside now. Oh, through there. Crow able to rip the high side, able to hold on. And one of the youngest drivers in the field against probably the oldest in John Crow. Races in Supermasters. As they continue. Corn not able to get through still.
Corn not able to get through, but he did set the fastest lap. We saw a 120 out of the FZ85s. These FZ125s are doing 112s already, Caleb. They are flying. The track is drying even faster now.
And it just shows you, right, that the difference in tire. It's about a 10-second swing in comparison to what Yahtzee was doing. And again, I don't want to sit here and tell you that I was right, but I was right. I was right.
I'll give it to you this time, Caleb.
Last time I was wrong was probably trying to tell the weather back at MCC.
Oh, you got that wrong every day, Caleb.
I got that wrong. Got that wrong a good bit. That being said, one thing that I was right about was and I think that weekend helped as well, seeing the transition of, when it was going to be dry, when it was going to be wet. Whenever you watch enough rain racing, especially at places like this, it's something to watch. And you notice more so the transition points, right, in the lines that the drivers are taking, how they're going about going, how confident they can be on the brakes. A little bit of nuances to it. And it's all a matter of these drivers as well, right? Going out there, driving, seeing, having an eye, but also paying attention, right? They're sitting there on the fence lines, and while they are talking to their mechanics, they're also looking, right, how this track is developing, looking at things that, maybe some of the younger drivers at this stage in their careers aren't quite looking at just yet, right? Maybe the decisions coming from the teams, come from the parents, but also for these drivers, it's all right, I want to do this, I'm comfortable with this, this is going to be what's going to benefit us the most. Take command of it, right? Take command of the car that you're going to be out there driving, because it's nobody else, it's you, the one that's going to be in there, banging the gears, hitting the brake, hitting the throttle, navigating through this place.
We got a 2-lap prediction for P2 to catch up to our race leader, Theo Kakati. Well, guess what, Caleb? There's 2 laps left, and Owen has closed down a gap that was at 2.2 seconds, all the way down to 7/10 at the line.
Yeah, and Gazione has been a little bit better as well, about 0.4 of a second last time by, so it's getting there. Whether or not he's going to have enough time is something to question, right? We saw how hard it was for Gage Corn to pass. We saw how hard it was for Yahtzee to go by on Brandon Eng as well. So one thing is to catch. It's a whole other beast to try and pass somebody, especially in conditions like this, because if you try to go on the inside, you're pretty much met with a very damp racetrack. And on slick tires, not the easiest thing.
Yeah, it isn't the easiest thing to be able to make a pass in these half-wet, half-dry conditions, especially when you go to the bottom side where no karts have really been yet so far. Now the inside of the corners, they're dry. That's where all the guys are, but it's the initial start of the pass. You're getting your tires all slick and wet from going down low to try to make the pass. So when you get to the middle, you're going to start sliding up the track a little bit.
Well, here we go. White flag flies. That last time around, Kakati picked up the pace significantly, and I think Gazione is probably going to end up running out of time in his first heat race in FZ 125. It's just going to end it a little bit too early for Gazione, but it was very, very fast in the laps leading up to this final one. And there's a comparison in between the two here.
Yeah, Gazione was 1/10, 3/10, 4/10, 2/10, 3/10 better than your race leader, Theo Kakati. But that last lap, Theo Kakati found something in his go-kart and was able to hold him at bay.
So it's almost like Gazione just hit a wall there, right? Just couldn't go that little bit better, that step better to try and be faster than Theo Kakati. But for Theo, it's going to be a great way to start off the weekend. NFZ 125, Theo Kakati is going to take the win in heat race number 1 over Owen Gazione. And Gage Korn, who stalled it off the line, comes home in 3rd with the fastest lap of the race. John Crow, the Crow Show, in 4th. And Dylan North, your top 5. What a race there, Hunter. And again, if Gazione can continue that pace over the last 2 laps, see if he can be there in the right time later on today.
Yeah, Caleb, they both picked it up in the end. We're able to get down to the 1:10.5s, only a 10th off of Gage Korn. So if they can stay at this pace, we could have a 3-kart battle for the lead later today, Caleb.
We'll see. We'll see, and we'll find out later on today. Racing action continues. You're watching Kart Chasers live coverage of the RMC US Trophy Final.
You ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
From the garage to the grid, Acceleration Kart Racing is your one-stop shop for karting. Engines, parts, safety gear, tools, and more from the brands you trust. Everything you need for race day starts at shopakr.com.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Because Kyle Cuthbertson doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopAKR.com. At ShopAKR.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopAKR.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Well, welcome back. It's time to go racing once again with the Micro Max drivers for their first heat race of the day, the first of 2. Or they'll have another one on the other side of the lunch break later on today before concluding the day's action. Boys, my name is Caleb Vieska. Alongside me here in the booth this weekend, Hunter Bolton and Kyle Cuthbertson will be in and out as well. And Jerry Fandry, our boots on the ground here this weekend. Well, this one getting ready to go underway. Dusty Stroyer and Trey Sanders are going to share row number 1 with Arlo Gamble and us, Alessio Tosti. On row number 2, Tristan Francisco and Cohen Scott are going to be on that second row with Darius Zaremba, Felix James, Bo Chesney on row number 4, Grant Heckman, Albert Farrow. Getting ready to start the top 5 drivers: Sebastian Kim, Aiden Sampson, Baron Chen, Chase Ullman, and Max Koutsoukis is what we got here in this one. And the officials telling these young drivers to slow her on down as we're getting ready to take the green flag. Here we go. A couple of drivers out of shape coming into the first couple of corners. Green to kick things off, and one of them around on the exit of turn number 2. This race continues, and Dusty Strayer is the driver in the lead.
I believe that was Cohen Scott who went off right there. As we see him move up the inside for Trey Sanders, back up in P2 for that young man himself.
Yeah, Arlo Gamble was able to get through there for a second, and a quick response. As now Heckman looking on the inside sideways almost for Grant Heckman. And he's able to save it, just held on to it. Heckman continues. And a close moment there for the 27, who just holds on to it in the cell tower hairpin. Now he's looking for a move, looking to recover a couple on Zaremba. He's able to get by. Heckman is clear.
As we saw one spin on the background back there, as Heckman able to get up another spot through the shark fin on the number 39 of Zaremba. And here comes the number 36, I believe, of
Tosti there. Tosti able to make up a couple of moves as well. And out for the lead, Trey Sanders is going to take it away from Dusty Strayer on the front stretch. It's going to be the Ryan Perry Motorsports Nitro Kart leading over the Speed Concepts Racing machine of Dusty Strayer. So the top two, or I should say the lead, changing hands, going over the way of the 33 of Sanders. He's clear of Dusty. And now Francisco starting to close on in as well in the third spot, with Heckman behind him in fourth. And after that half spin here in this corner right here in the in the cell tower hairpin, Heckman quickly picked him off one by one, put himself back up to fourth here, Hunter.
Yeah, Heckman's having a great run this weekend. He's one driver we don't get to see very often on the two-cycle side of things. We see him more over at the Cup Karts North America scene. And I was kind of surprised he was here this weekend instead of over there, as he sends up the inside of Francisco. Francisco able to over-under him out on the exit of the scoreboard.
Grant's younger brother, William Heckman, is out there racing this weekend at Cup Karts North America with our crew over at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. And now Grant is still getting to work on Tristan Francisco. We'll see if he can get by this time by, and it looks like there's a lot of pace at hand in that 27. He's going to be patient for now. Maybe see if the two of them can work together and try and get up to Dusty Strayer, who has really been left in the dust by Trey Sanders, who has just really turned it up here, Hunter. Yeah. Sanders already, he was almost a second faster than Dusty Strayer a lap ago, and now on the inside, Heckman. He's through on Francisco. Heckman up to third.
And you have to think, what is Trey Sanders doing different? The top two, well, Trey Sanders, Dusty Strayer, and Francisco, they're all in the same go-kart. They're all on the Nitro Kart. The only difference is the tent. Dusty Strayer's under the Speed Concept tent, and then you have Francisco and Sanders under the Team RPM tent. But RPM seems to have Trey Sanders dialed in right now.
Very, very dialed in. He is, again, continuing to extend his gap up at the front, and now it's Strayer, the one who's going to fall under fire from Heckman. And I will see if Grant can go behind the I-70 hairpin. He is, again, he was in a position just like this a lap ago, and he waited until they worked their way up and into turn number 5, the 90-degree left-hander. Now he's not going to wait. Going to the bottom of the racetrack on Dusty Strayer, looking, and he's clear. Heckman is by and through for a second. And one of the biggest things that also to note, you can change the gear in these Rotax machines, right? So that's also one of the things. If you put on a different gear, a taller gear, if you will, to give you a little bit more speed out of the corners, preparing for the rain, and you didn't go back enough to a smaller gear, that could be one of the biggest difference makers in this race. The power band, where this Rotax package performs, right? How it gets up to speed, where it gets up to speed, whether you want it to be better in the corners or you know, throughout the straightaway. That's probably one of the biggest differences, and it could be the fact of the matter that Sanders might have just, their camp just improved a little bit better in comparison to everybody else in the field, went a little bit different on the gear, different direction in comparison to what everybody else was doing. That'd be something to note, right? Also, Dusty Strayer was very fast in qualifying in the rain conditions. He was fast yesterday as well. Whenever you look at the happy hour sessions in the dry, it's just a matter of, how much you're changing, how much you're adapting, how much you're trying to get up to speed with the racetrack. And it's all things that can really catch you out here, Hunter.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that can catch you out. As we were going over that, though, Francisco and Strayer got together a little bit. They went side pod by side pod. Francisco dropped the tire just a little bit. He's lost a little bit of time. Dusty Strayer losing it now to Heckman and Totsi. They're starting to pull away from Strayer, and that's going to put him right back in the hands of Francisco another time.
Now we'll see if they can do anything at that as this one continues. Here for more drivers as this weekend goes on. Jerry standing by with another of them. Jerry?
Last week, Alex, you were really sniffing, getting up there, trying to, chase some glory. What do you think it's going to take here to get up on the top step here in this first heat?
I think just try and just make some good decisions. It's just heat one, so I'm not trying to go for anything crazy, but yeah, we'll see what we can do.
Yeah, and then knowing that the last time you were on track, you were out on the wets. Now you have on the brand new slicks. Does that change the mindset at all? Not really knowing what you're going into.
It might a little bit. But yeah, we'll just have to see.
That's Alex Chandler.
Thank you very much there, Jerry. And again, something different, right, for a lot of these drivers to navigate as he's standing by with Alex Chandler, who's getting ready to go out for his Junior Max first heat race of the day. Very, very fast start for Alex. And we'll see how his session gets going. But as we look at it here, Alessio Tosti starting to roll quite nicely. Already putting himself up to second. And he's been just that little bit better. He's matching everybody now, matching the times that Trey Sanders was able to set at the start of this race. Francisco the fastest with a 1:17.127. Sanders just fired off perfectly in this one to get up there. And Strayer down in fourth. He's down 3 from where he kicked this race off. And now we look for the battle for second. Tosti, Heckman, bumper to bumper, nose to tail. We'll see if Sanders can beat the time to the line this time by, and I think he might. It'll be 2 to go for all the drivers in this field. 2 laps to go for Trey Sanders as he leads this field.
Trey Sanders leading the field away, but Grant, Heckman, and Totsi are starting to pick up the pace just a little bit too late in this race. They just went at the 1:17 flat. Trey Sanders 1:17.3, and we see the sun start to come out. This track's going to dry fast, Caleb.
Yeah, this track's going to dry pretty fast, and it's continued to do so as well, but all the damp spots, you're seeing them start to clear up. And here we go, a lap and a half to go for all these drivers. Sanders still extending the gap over Tosti and over Heckman, Heckman, while he was fast early on in this one, hasn't been able to quite find a way by Alessio Tosti after Tosti was able to get back up and into the front. Francisco still sitting there in fourth. Strayer still in fifth. Then you go back to Gamble, Chase Zolman, Zaremba, Sebastian Kim, Samson, Chen, Chesney, Cohen Scott down in 13th. Albert Farrow, he's running 14th at the moment. Not the best start for Albert. To complete this lap, it's going to be the white flag in the air. 1 lap to go in Micromax Heat Race number 1.
1 lap to go. Trey Sanders gone. He's going to win this race easy as we're defending for P2 between Totsi and Heckman. Heckman trying to over-under him going to the double rights. He's going to hold the outside through here. Not quite enough room to make the move here. And here comes Francisco into the move party.
There goes Francisco now looking to join, as well as Strayer, who's not too far back either. Tosti holding up. Grant Heckman here. Heckman looking to rip the high side. Set up a crossover, not there, and he's going to get pressure from Francisco. Now to the bottom. Heckman's going to follow him through. They're all side by side, 3 wide. Headed into the shark fin. Dusty Strayer is going to emerge out in front. He gets together with Heckman. They continue. Francisco is going to steal second away from the 3 of them. And now Strayer is going to be a drag race to the line. This is all the while Trey Sanders has run away with his first heat race of the day. Heat race number 1 for Trey Sanders, and out to the line. A drag race with Heckman, with Strayer, with Francisco, and it's Heckman to the line who steals it away from everybody else. Strayer, who finishes 3rd. Francisco, Tosti in 5th. But the shark fin, the deciding factor for everybody else from 2nd on back. What a race. What a race, and what a way for Trey Sanders to pull away from this field uncontested for the 33.
Yeah, those last couple corners made everything pan out, and Grant Heckman, even with colliding, going into the shark fin, in the middle of the shark fin, he was able to come out with the P2 over Dusty Strayer. What a great last lap between the 4 of them.
Yeah, what a great last lap. Those drivers put on a show. Action continues as we work our way with Junior Max coming up next.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Motorsport.
Cut. You all right, man? You sound way off.
What?
I don't know. You sound like you're asleep still. Is the age finally getting to you? You're only how old? 42?
Dude, I'm 27. I'm not even 3 years older than you.
Well, that's pretty old. Well, that's 3 years away from Masters, dude. You need a little pick-me-up. Try a Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Do you walk around with these in your pockets?
I actually do. Always 2. 1 for me and clearly 1 for you.
Whatever. Not that old, dude.
Did it help, though?
Yeah.
Pericazo. And you are that old.
Junior Max hits the racetrack for their first heat race of the day. Nico Orbezo getting ready to lead this field to the green flag. Starts alongside Team USA representative for the last 2 years. Enzo Di Janeiro is going to start alongside him on row number 1. Alex Chandler, Oliver Chasse on row number 2 with Darren Kidd, and Yutaka Sonoda on row number 3. William Vitor and William Rochetti on row number 4. Marco Fazzari, Rory Baziak, Diesel Bazanski, Aiden Hammond, Clayton Stiles, Sanguinetti, Ettore, Joshua Wheeler, Leo Da Silva, Tanner Barsh, Wojciechowski, Chaudhary, Mitev, Rodriguez, Lanzialotta, Myers, McDonald, Eng, Kroger, Imamura, Magro, Van Horn, Macron, Blackerby, Berghaw, and Cantone. 34 drivers total getting ready to take the green flag in Junior Max. One of the biggest classes here this weekend, if not the biggest. And they're all led, all eyes on the 238 of Nico Orbezo as they work their way into the tram lines, work their way into the start box. Green flag flies. Junior Max is underway.
And everybody able to get through turn 1 cleanly. Enzo Di Janeiro falling back into P3, Darren Kidd into P5 as we have a scrum in the back now, and here comes Enzo Di Janeiro for P2 on Chandler. He is through.
Enzo Di Janeiro wasted no time there, Hunter, to get back by on Alex Chandler Another one of the Iron Rock machines who was able to quickly get himself up to second. De Janeiro, looked like he had a little look on Nico Urbezo and thought better of it. Lost a little bit of time in the process. But the top three starting to break away from the rest of this field. And then back to fourth with Oliver Chasse. And everybody else as they roll their way through. Darren Kidd, and now a pass for the lead. De Janeiro able to go through.
De Janeiro's wasting no time. He wants to lead this field. And here comes Darren Kidd. He's reeling in the group of three up front. He's kind of leaving Chasse back behind.
And here we go. This one, just one lap in. 8 minutes plus one lap. All that these drivers are going to have here in these races. They're going to pass by a lot quicker, a lot more laps in the dry. But after that first lap, going good for him. Darren Kidd, the driver who slotted up to fourth. Chasse dropped back to sixth there at the start. Sonoda is up and into fifth here as they're all starting to adjust. They're on the radiators, turning those flaps up. And the Rotaxes have the plastic flap that you can lift up for a little bit of extra air to try and cool that engine down just a little bit more. As Darren Kidd now closes in on Alex Chandler. The top four on the same little bit of real estate is now Kidd looking on the inside on the green corner. He's through on Chandler. Kidd is up to third.
And this is Kidd's, I believe this is Darren Kidd's second or third weekend on the Kart Republic with MPG. He did a club race at Trackhouse not too long ago, but he's back with MPG this weekend with Josh Holtz not being here with the Rotax. He's gone over the KR instead of being on the OTK.
And Darren Kidd took his first national win back at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati when the Stars Championship Series was out there just about a month ago, it feels like, and it seems like when he was out there and put himself up to third, really coming to life in this junior division. Same for Enzo De Janeiro. Enzo in this Rotax package, one of his favorite ones for him as they're working their way through. Is now on the inside, looking Nico Urbezo. Darren Kidd going to follow him through. The two of them are going to take over the top two spots.
Nico able to get the lead back, but for how long? We did see a little mistake out of Nico coming out of turn 3. Dropped the tire, hit the wet patch, and here comes Darren Kidd for the lead. They're going to go side by side. Darren Kidd not able to hold it. He's going to lose the spot to Enzo De Janeiro going to the shark fin. He's going to lose two, actually, also to Alex Chandler.
Alex Chandler puts himself up to third, and again, it's just a great way for Chandler to, again, moves are happening in front of you. Kidd is, you know, obviously been hindered a little bit throughout that lap, and it's your time to go. You got to make that move when it matters, and Kidd did just that.
Kidd did it, just was in the wrong spot. And we talk about this Rotax program. Not a lot of drivers have a lot of experience in this Rotax program in the U.S. Enzo De Janeiro is probably one of the kids in this class that has some of the most experience in it, being from the New York area, and that's what they round up at the OVRP track where he is from. As he goes to the point, he's going to lose it though to Alex Chandler and Nico Urbezo. Those two are probably the other two with the most experience in this class, with running it down in Texas at a series that you've ran before, Caleb. I believe it's the Triple Crown series, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, the Triple Crown has a couple of the Rotaxes out there. The Texas Karting League as well is one of the ones that's starting to emerge as well. A lot of the drivers from the state of Texas taking part of TKL, solely Rotax in 206 racing. But now Darren Kidd, all that was happening, taking advantage of the situation at hand, putting himself up to the lead of the race here, Hunter.
Yeah, Darren Kidd back up front. Nico Urbezo P2, Enzo De Janeiro 3, and Sonoda up to P4. Chandler fell all the way back to P5 on this past lap. And we do see the temperature, it has dropped a little bit, even with the no more rain and the sun came out for a minute. The temperature has dropped about 2 degrees now, Caleb.
Yeah, but look at the track temperature, right? Starting to rise here a little bit. 84 degrees Fahrenheit on the racetrack. That's almost it's about a 10-degree swing in comparison to what we saw earlier on today, Hunter. We were just about 75 degrees, so this track's starting to, you know, kind of regain a little bit of life that what we saw or it's pretty much how it was left last weekend with the amount of racing that we had with the softer compound and the Avinco Red. And now it's starting to kind of get back up to that temperature, right? You'll probably see the grip start to build up a little bit more, and you know, some of the grooves start to show. But it'll be a while until we get to that point. I would say today, probably towards the latter half of the second heat races. But this track's starting to kind of come back into the favor of the drivers here this weekend in slick conditions. Here's a look at this field and a pass for the lead as well. That time by Nico Orbezo on Darren Kidd. Change up at the top. Orbezo back up front, and now Yutaka Tsunoda having to hold off Alex Chandler as they work their way by into turn number 1.
Yeah, a little bit of battling going on. Chandler sees that the leaders are starting to pull away a little bit. He thought he needed to make a move, but Tsunoda is starting to turn it up a little bit. He's starting to close back in as well to the leaders. Enzo Di Gennaro and Nico Orbezo are your fastest in your top 5 right now. They did a 1:10.5 last time by. Everybody else is at the 8s to the 9 range. And Darren Kidd starting to lose time as Enzo Di Gennaro made a move. Here comes Tsunoda on Darren Kidd. They're going to touch a little bit. Darren Kidd able to keep the spot, but Chandler by on Tsunoda.
Yeah, Chandler now able to go by on Yutaka Tsunoda, and as well with them, it looked like Oliver Chasse was able to go by as well. Oliver now through, and now Yutaka, the next one for him to hold off is William Veeder. He's still right behind him. There goes Yutaka. A quick response to the prime machine of Chasse, and now Veeder's going to follow him through. And now another pass. Chandler, how many passes have we seen this lap in the last half of the lap? This is what you expect to see, right, in dry conditions. This is, you know, as much as I like the added factor of racing in the rain, but it takes this away, right? How much passes, you know, how much action we get to see out there on the racetrack.
Yeah, we get to see a lot more action, a lot more passing in these dry conditions. But Enzo Di Gennaro pointed forward at Nico Orbezo. He doesn't want Nico to start blocking, but Nico's starting to take like a half low line. Just not quite there, and it's going to be hard to see what we can do in this race.
Well, we'll see what the conditions are like trackside. Jerry, down to you.
Hey guys, I'm here standing trackside, and something I'm noticing is how dirty it is, you know, offline. A lot of marbles, and you know what, over the course of this session, I keep noticing that anytime a driver runs off the track, he's bringing on a lot of mud, a lot of dirt, you know, anything that's offline is coming onto the track. So right now, I cannot stress the importance enough of just staying online, Caleb.
Yeah, thank you very much there, Jerry. And that's a very good point, right? One of the things that we kind of touched upon earlier on in the qualifying session is that everything off track is still very, very wet. And the end of the runoffs right there, at the end of the rumble strips, there's a lot of kind of standing water there, little puddles that have formed that, again, mixed with the dirt, the rain, turns into mud. And it just brings a bunch of, you know, marbles onto the racetrack, dust onto the racetrack, and you know, dirt, if you will. And also, everything offline, like Jerry mentioned, right, with you know, driving on those wet tires earlier on today, that was something that kind of continued, right, with how those tires react to the asphalt. That being said, white flag did fly a lap ago, so a lap and a half for these drivers as they work their way in the scoreboard. Enzo Di Gennaro still taking the fight to Nico Orbezo for the first heat race of the day. And Di Gennaro is going to have to be perfect out of the shark fin here to close down the gap to Nico. 3 car lengths is the gap. He's going to have to be good on the brakes. He closes in. See if he has enough on exit. Not sure if it's going to be enough. He's going to close on in, give it a fight. Keep Orbezo on his heels. And to the line, Di Gennaro gave it a shot. Not close enough. Orbezo's going to take the win in heat race number 1 over Enzo Di Gennaro. Alex Chandler across the line in 3rd. Darren Kidd, Yutaka Tsunoda, your top 5.
And this is the kind of racing we were waiting for all morning. Finally back to a dry track. We're starting to see more and more passes, and we saw a lot of moving going on in the beginning of this race between Orbezo, Di Gennaro, Chandler, and Kidd and Tsunoda. It seemed like every lap we had a move getting made, and there was one lap, it felt like it was almost every single corner someone was making a move. So it's good to finally get back to dry racing.
Yeah, it's breath of fresh air, if you will, right? Breath of fresh air. Hopefully it stays this way for the entirety of the day. But there you guys have it. for the end of heat race number 1. Coming up next, the debut on the national scene of FZ65 when we return.
And the FZ65s have hit the track to make their debut on the national scene. Invite only was the way to get into this race, and Asher Bazanski put it on pole with Lincoln Wiley in P2. This is going to be the first time we see any of these drivers try to do a standing start, as we have a problem for Evan Leash in the number 11. He is stuck on the exit of turn number 4, trying to get fired again so he can make it around to get onto the start. As they're pushing, and it doesn't look like it's starting up for Evan. This could be an early end for this driver right here. As all the drivers make it into their lines for the start of this race, we'll see how everything goes for these drivers. And Evan Leash able to get fired, but he's got a long way to get around to make the start, as we have a couple drivers that have already stalled here, Caleb.
Yeah, a couple of them need some help to get refired. The first time that a lot of them are going to be in conditions like this. Asher Bazanski is getting ready to lead this field to the green flag. I'll wait for Evan Leash to try and join this field here. Only 2 heat races to go before we hit the lunch break. A bit of a pause in the action. Aura's here, but everybody getting the signals, visors down. Green flag flies, and FZ65 Mini is underway.
FZ65 underway, and we saw no stalls off the start, Caleb. A little bit better than what we saw with the FZ85s. We saw Evan Leash coming down the back straight, full throttle as they threw the green flag, so he's got a lot of time to make up, basically, to get back up where he was supposed to start.
Yeah, he's got some work to do, right, to try and close down the gap to the drivers that had already been, or that were already kind of graded up and ready to go. Bazanski is at the front. Lincoln Wiley to Cole Harris, Chase Thixton, Harrell, Anakin Hernandez, Ryan Crow, and more working their way through as we got a fight for the lead. Lincoln Wiley, Asher Bazanski as they work their way into the green corner. And on the exit, Wiley looking to clear him, and he does. Lincoln able to get himself up and onto the gears. Ahead of Asher Bazanski, Lincoln Wiley to the lead.
And Asher's throwing some blocks early on in this race. I almost think it would have been better for him just to take the normal racing line in the beginning instead of blocking, because all you did was bring in another driver. Here comes Cole Harris.
Oh, and Bazanski got a really good exit out of the I-70 hairpin. Here goes Bazanski looking on the inside. Harris not too far back. Sorry, Thixton not too far back either. Harris is back and forth, but as quickly as Wiley was able to pass him, Bizonski was able to go right back by into turn number 1.
Yeah, great move out of Bizonski. He was able to shoot out of the I-70 turn, get a great run, able to make the move, stick in turn number 1, as we have a battle going on for 4th back there between Harris and Harrell.
Yeah, so many battles here. Slate Harrell is all over the back of the 15 at the moment. Slate looking for a way by on Harris, and now we're side by side. They continue here. Pass for second. Thixton looking on the inside of the green corner. He's through. Let's catch up with our race winner, or our driver who finished in second, Enzo Di Gennaro, standing by with Jerry.
Yeah, here with Enzo. First off, Enzo, what were you able to learn in that session, first time today on slicks?
I mean, first day, yeah, the rain really got us going, but once we put those slicks on, I knew I was fast all weekend in the dries, but it really told me how the track is, and I think we got it down for Heat 2.
So, obviously me and you were just talking about how the sun's coming out. How do you foresee the track changing, knowing that?
I mean, I've been to this track a couple of times, but I know this track gets gripped up very quickly, so I'm looking forward to pushing hard in the Heat 2 and trying to get that win.
Yeah, now we're about to have a lunch break, so, what's the mindset going into Heat 2?
I mean, just getting your head down, go over data, go over everything, and be focused for Heat 2, and then just try and get that win.
Back to you guys up in the booth.
Calm, cool, and collected there for Enzo Di Gennaro, looking to go and represent Team USA again this year in 2026 at the Grand Finals. But as we tune back in with our race here, the battle for 4th starting to pick up here. Harris with Lincoln Willie, Ryan Crow, Anakin Hernandez. Look at how many of them just within frame here. I'd really like to get a good look at Billy Musgrave on the fence line right now, because if I was him, I'd have a big smile on my face seeing how these young drivers are putting on a show for everybody here trackside and for all of you at home, right? Showing some shifter racing. 65cc for mini drivers, you don't see that too often, and this is a sight to see for sure. A pass for the lead once again. Thixton now looking on the inside of Asher Bizonski. Turn number 1 and clear. Thixton to the point.
Yeah, if I'm Billy right now, I'd be smiling with joy, seeing all these drivers go out and put a race on this, something that you developed, a new motor package for these young kids, a new go-kart for these kids, something that we never really seen in the U.S., a cadet shifter, as Slate Harrell set the fast slap, and he's right there on Asher. He's making a little bit of contact, and here goes up the inside in the cell tower. Asher going to try over under him, not quite there.
Yeah, Bizonski missed a shift there as he was coming out of the corner there. And there you see the man himself, Billy, looking on as these young drivers are putting on a show for everybody out here this weekend and watching closely, right? And also being in that mentor role of in between sessions, talking to them, letting them know, what to expect, how to drive, how to go about going around this place is who better than Billy Musgrave himself to show some of the youngest generation and try and, get more of these drivers that racing shifters is pretty darn cool. And get them into that, but it's also going to develop, right? This is just the start. We're seeing the start of something I think that is quite special as well. That being said, we look at the lap time comparisons in between our top couple of drivers, Slate Harrell and Chase Thixton, as this race has gone on. You see Harrell was a little bit better, 0.4 of a second better than Thixton a lap ago. You see Harrell's really closing in on the number 9.
Yeah, Harrell's really closing in. You can see Thixton starting to take a little bit more of a defensive line. He can feel the pressure coming from Slate Harrell. And you see the little bit of difference in line right there. Slate Harrell able to get a better exit. Losing a little bit now. Kind of had to back it up on the exit as he kind of bumped into Thixton there. So now he's got to close the ground back up to Thixton for the battle for the lead, as we have a battle going on in the background back there for it looks like about P6.
And they're almost 3 wide back there as well. A lot of good racing going on all throughout this field. As here goes Slate Harrell. Still closing in on Chase Thixton. Now up and into the I-70 hairpin. Out of it now. Harrell really good on the exit of that corner. Starting to reel him in. Now on the inside, Slate Harrell. It's a drag race for these two with 1.5 minutes to go. Not for the win, but it is for the lead. Slate Harrell to the point.
Now you have to think, can Thixton learn from Slate Harrell to try to keep up with him? They pulled away from Bizonski, so Thixton doesn't want to lose the lose the draft of Slate Harrell and be in no man's land and it just be a 1-2-3 with everyone spaced out, but Slate Harrell already opening the gap.
Yeah, Slate now continuing to kind of dig away at it, right? Pushing. You see him little look over the shoulder, checking back as to where Chase Thixton finds himself. And he's a good ways back. Slate that last time around, a 1:12.546 for Slate, about 0.3 of a second better than Chase in the number 9. Head back down to Jerry.
I've caught up here with Isaac Malquit starting P2 ahead of this first heat race here. Isaac, how are you feeling going into this first heat race?
Yeah, I feel pretty good, honestly. We just need to see how quick we are right now. We don't really need to win the heat race. We just need to get a good finish for, overall points going into the super heat. But, yeah, like I said, I feel pretty confident. I think we have a good package. But, yeah, I just need a good finish and need to see how our stuff rolls for this heat race, and I think we're good.
And then my second question is, how much different is the setup going into this first heat, compared to yesterday in the dry?
I'm going to be honest. We don't change our setup at all. Honestly, Mike Doty just tells me to drive, and if I can't drive it, then we suck.
That's a good bit of insight there from Isaac Malquit.
Yeah, good insight indeed there, Jerry, from Isaac Malquit, right, as to what they're doing. And it's quite simple, right? Don't overcomplicate yourself looking at, finding that last little bit. And Isaac's job is to go out there and drive while he gives the feedback. It's on Mike and everybody else to try and get that thing fast and rolling enough for Isaac. But he was really good in the qualifying session in the wet. In the dry, I think he looked like one of the favorites going into that race. That being said, back on the topic of FZ65, 1 lap to go here, Hunter. And I think this is the best way that we could have started off this era, if you will. This mini package has really impressed a lot of us. And not only that, but these young drivers, right, making this thing look good, really putting on a show for everybody.
Yeah, they're putting on a show for us for sure. The downfall is we've had 3 drivers exit this race early. Lincoln Wiley, one of them, Kuiper Nelson, the other, and Evan Leash, all out early in this race.
Yeah, 3 of them unfortunately not going to conclude this FZ65 mini first heat race. But for the drivers up at the front in Slate Harrell and Chase Thixton, they have really come to life throughout the middle stage of this race and throughout the end, getting up to speed, getting comfortable, pushing the limit where they can. And now, working his way out of the shark fin, working his way up and into the I-70 hairpin, Slate Harrell getting ready to come across to take the checkered flag and win the first heat race in FZ65. Mini Harrell's going to get it done over Chase Thixton into the line. Crow was looking to make a move on the outside. He's going to cross the timing loop in 4th in the grass, but he crossed it. He was looking to go by on Asher Bazanski. Crow in 4th, Harris, Liam 4, Leland Dagnall, Titus Ross. All come across the line. What a race. What a way to start things off. Harrell, your winner in FZ65. Well, here we go. Senior Max getting ready to kick off, and who else other than Aiden Ingrata getting ready to lead this field to the green flag. The driver who has been inevitable so far this year, Hunter.
He's been unstoppable in this road tax package. He swept the weekend out in Tucson, Arizona. He was phenomenal in the Winter Series down at Speed Sports, a track that you call home, Caleb.
Yeah, he was really good out there, victorious one of the days as well. Isaac Malquit, talked about him. He has been impressive. The 370, who is just across Aiden Ingrata, again, is going to look to take the fight to him. You heard there pre-race with Jerry, and Isaac was saying he was comfortable, he was confident about the piece they had at hand. We'll see what Little Sizzle can do here at a place that he has taken victory at times before in the junior ranks. But they got one of the guys that when you think about Senior Max Racing, when you think about Rotax, you talk about Oliver Hodgson, the factory kart victory here last weekend on Sunday. We'll see if he can punch his ticket to the Super Nationals here, and then across from him, one of the TKG Burrell Arts.
Mason Kuhn, surprise out of Mason Kuhn. We haven't seen him up front pretty much all year, and qualifying in the wet, he proved he had the pace, put it P4.
The great equalizer. Those are your first two rows. Engines getting ready to fire. And how about the kid out of the slow group putting himself in the mix here? The Merlin for Franklin Motorsports. His dad Jamie alongside him. Brandon Siraki getting ready to take the fight to some of the best senior drivers in the business, making his name known as one of the other ones. Well, here we go. Ingrata, Malquit. Engines fire down on grid. Senior Max Racing is getting ready to go green from Newcastle. Well, we took you through your first two rows. Brendan Siraki starting by there on row number 3 alongside Aiden Galloway, Gage Korn, and Arnold Sabarin on row number 4. Thomas Anthony and Toby Lean on row number 5. Blake Nash and Finnegan Bailiff on row number 6. Ryusei Sawada and Antoine Lemieux on row number 7. Ryan Rafa and Christopher Goulet on row number 8. Cole Shorn, Keys, Boer, Kostrup, Miller, Macy Williams, keep an eye on her. She's starting back in 22nd. Shotaro Sunakawa in 3rd. Ko Atkinson, Griffin Pugh, Kowalski, Friend, Nesbitt, Darden, Shama, Safar, Zhu, Hottenstein, Graham. 34 drivers total. You're looking to punch their ticket to Las Vegas, Nevada, or Portimao, Portugal, for the Super Nationals or the Rotax Grand Finals in November. Heat race number 1 is getting ready to go underway. Aiden Ingrata for REM on the inside. Isaac Malquit for Mike Doty Racing on the LN kart on the outside. 34 drivers total, and all eyes on the 315. We wait for the green. Senior Max is underway from Newcastle. Oh, and 2 drivers around. Wrigley Keys around in turn number 1. One of the REM's 4 collected at the start, and up at the front, Aiden Ingrata in the lead of the race.
The front 4 pretty much stayed the same. I would say the front 5, but here comes Brandon Siraki up the inside of Mason Kuhn. They're going to go side by side through the double right. continuing to hold outside is Saraki. He's going to have to give it back to Mason Kuhn.
Yeah, Mason Kuhn holding on strong. Their elbows out for the TKG Barrel Art in 319. And now Saraki looking to close on in, looking on the inside of the green corner, hasn't yet found a way by. And pressure is going to be applied by Sabarin, who's sitting there right behind him. He's going to go through on Saraki. And now Korn looking for a way by as well into the shark fin. Not going to find it. So in the process of Saraki looking to get ahead of Mason Kuhn, he lost a spot in the process to Sabarin.
You know, that seems to be a reoccurring thing that keeps happening here, Caleb. We have one driver try to go for a move, and the guy on the inside will hold it the whole time, and then the guy that's stuck on the outside will eventually lose a couple more spots in the end.
And Gage Korn already to the bottom as we look for the drivers in the lead. Isaac Malquit going to catch Aiden Ingrata by surprise into turn number 3. Malquit to the point. Out of turn number 4, gives a point forward. And you saw he just set him up. Hodgson had to check up a little bit there, Hunter. And Isaac Malquit inside of turn number 3 catches Ingrata by surprise to take the lead of this race. And Hodgson looking to go by as well into the cell tower hairpin. He's through for second.
No, we don't get to see a lot of moves in the 2-3 section of this track. It's more you see it in 1 and 4, but Malquit able to pull a shocker out and get by Aiden Ingrata in turn 3. What a move out of the kid.
And if you're going to make a move there, specifically in turn number 3, right, you have to slow the corner down and try and go that little bit deeper, moving out and onto the inside. It's a very, our cameras don't do it justice, but it's a very high-speed corner into turn number 3, because while you are braking for turn 1, turn number 2, and turn number 3, they're pretty much close to flat out, if not flat out, in these Rotax machines. So, it's a matter of setting it up, getting yourself a little bit out of line, getting back in the line, and then catching the driver by surprise. And Isaac Malquit did that perfectly that time around. As now a pass for 4th. Arnold Sabarin is going to go by on Mason Kuhn, who falls back to 5th. Saraki, the driver's down in 6th, and Lean, Nash, and Bailiff already up to 9th. Ingrata is going to go right back on Oliver Hodgson for 2nd into turn number 5.
You talk about the slowing it down through that section. I don't have a lot of 125cc experience, but in the KAs, I pretty much know turn 1, it's basically just a trail break through there, and then 2, 3, 4, you're flat out almost that whole entire time. Granted, this is a 125cc package, so you're going a little bit faster through there, so it might be a little bit of a drag in the brake through the corner, but it's almost flat out through those corners right there, Caleb.
And it's just adding to the fact that it's a very, very high-speed corner. And a very clean move out of Isaac Malquit, right? It adds a little bit more to what that move is whenever you do see him there. I think in the shifter also super, super impressive. Seeing a couple of moves throughout that corner last weekend and this weekend as well, already kicking things off with Isaac Malquit. This race now going to quiet down just a little bit up at the front, because this second group starting to look to try and stay in line and work together to try and close down the gap to the drivers inside of the top 3. You saw the gap at the line there at the bottom of your screen. It's a second in between the drivers inside of your top 6 and the top 2. Starting to leave Oliver Hodgson here.
Top 2 are starting to leave Oliver Hodgson. Oliver doesn't seem to have the pace in that factory cart, but you know who does have the pace in the factory cart? The man in 7th, sitting all by himself right now. Blake Nash went purple last time by.
Yeah, Blake Nash already making moves, and along with them is Finnegan Bailiff. The two of them working quite well together. And I think they might have just caught a couple of more. They just went by on Gage Korn, who was defending early on in this race, trying to keep everybody behind him. Didn't feel like he had package at hand to try and fight up front. Kind of damage limitation for him.
Blake Nash is at the tail end of this field. He's actually already got past Brandon Saraki. He is moving right now, and as we take a look between Hodgson and Sabarin.
Yeah, there's a difference in between the two of them. So Arnold Sabarin is catching here. He was 4/10 better. And again, Hodgson has, his lap times aren't in the red, which is a good sign for him, but it's not matching the pace that Sabarin has behind him, and it's not matching the pace that these two drivers on your screen right now, and Isaac Malquit and Aiden Ingrata have in hand as well. Hodgson's going to fall under fire here shortly. About 3 car lengths of separation in between them.
Yeah, about 3/10 between them, but Hodgson's starting to pick it back up again now. as we take a look between Hodgson and Grada, that last time by, and Grada was 8/10 faster than your race leader on lap number 4.
And that's a big difference, right? 8/10, that's a huge chunk. That's the difference in lap times, right? You talk about a 1:10.5 and then, in the high 109s for Aiden and Grada. Halfway through this race in the lap number 4, Hodgson's pace isn't matching Ingrata. Still very early, only 8 minutes. These races turn around quite quickly. But whatever Blake Nash has, it looks like Oliver Hodgson doesn't at this stage of the race. And again, another half a second going in the way of Aiden Ingrata, and now Hodgson picking it up a little bit. Going to a 1:10.1, going a 10th better than what he has so far.
At Blake Nash, I honestly think Blake is our fastest guy on track right now. That last time by, he did a 109.7 to the leaders 110.6, and that was with making a move on Mason Kuhn. We didn't get to see where he made the move at, so we don't really know how much time he really lost making that pass, but he's already up into P4. He's starting to reel in Hodgson.
Yeah, he passed Arnold Sabrin as well at the start of this lap. So Blake Nash now going to have his teammate this weekend and Oliver Hodgson right ahead of him. Just a little bit up the road. We'll see how long it takes for Nash to try and close down the gap to Hodgson, and I think they're going to get 2 laps to go this time by. They're just going to run out of time to get an extra one here in this race. But yeah, Nash has been very, very good, and he's just flying, carving through this field right now, Hunter. In comparison with the leaders, he is, again, having to make moves lap after lap, but he's still running faster than them, or matching their pace, if anything.
He's been matching their pace almost this whole race. That last time by with another move, only a 10th slower than your race leaders. That's last 2 times, the leaders went a 10th faster pushing than Blake Nash did with making a move on the track.
And a look as well further down this field, Macy Williams, she's already up to 12th. 10 spots gained for Macy Williams on that Speed Concepts machine. The 325, another one of the drivers misplaced after the qualifying session, putting herself up to 12.
Yep. It's a good drive out of Macy Williams, not having the best qualifying in the rain. We didn't really see her last weekend either, so that was a weekend out for her. So when we were at Pro Tour, she did the Rotax and the Pro Tour round. Coming to the Rotax Grand Final, she didn't do the Pro Tour round. She's only doing the Grand Final. So a lot of these drivers, they already have a week of testing under their belt. She didn't get that week of testing.
Well, let's have a look here at Aiden Ingrata and Blake Nash. The two of them kind of trading blows here as well. And that time by Nash was a little bit better. And you see those lap 5, lap 6 laps where he's had to make moves. Now with the final lap underway, he's kind of stalled out. Finnegan Bailiff, the fastest on the racetrack, he's down in 9th. Very even pace all throughout this field, but again, it all goes back to the qualifying, right? Where you started, how much work you had to do, and I think that would have probably given us a closer race up at the front.
I honestly think what Oliver Hodgson was missing was tire pressures. If you go now, he's at the 109.7s. I just think it took a little bit too long for his tires to come in, and that's why he lost the lead too. But now he's running almost the same times as what our leaders were running all race.
And 8 minutes is really quick, right? 8 minutes is a very quick turnaround for a lot of these drivers. But it was just enough time for Isaac Malquit, who was put in a very good drive in heat race number 1. Got to the lead in a turn number 3. Caught Ingrata by surprise. He's going to take away heat race number 1. Malquit gets the first feather in his cap here at Newcastle at the U.S. Trophy Final. Ingrata across the line in second. Oliver Hodgson, your top 3.
Blake Nash with a good drive, up 7 position. Macy Williams wasn't able to gain any more. She was only up 10 positions. Gage Korn falls down 4 spots. Another big mover, Landon Boer, up 9.
Yeah, that was a very good drive. They're out a little sizzle. Quite confident. Very cool when he spoke to Jerry before this race. Knew what he had to do, and he did just that to go better than Aiden Ingrata. The lunch break. We'll be in a couple of moments. We'll wait to hear from Blake Nash on his drive through this field. Arnold Sabrin as well. himself inside of the top 5 and a couple of more. Siraki fell back to 9th. Bailiff, AC Williams in 12th. That is your top 15. But Isaac Malquit strikes first at the U.S. Trophy Final. We'll go back down to Jerry Fandrew standing by with Blake Nash. Jerry?
Blake, that was a strong run forward. Can you talk me through your perspective in that race?
Yeah, just coming off the back foot in a bad qualifying. Rain hasn't always been my strong suit, but we had a decent start. It wasn't the best. It could have been worse, but yeah, I don't think we ended up making any spots off the start. But I just brought the tires up to temperature, tried to keep my head cool, and then, yeah, we started to make our way through. Our pace has always been really fast in the dry. This weekend it has. So, yeah, I was able to make my way up to 4th, and I saw Ollie was a little bit too far away, so I kind of just chilled the last 2 laps and saved the tires because we have to run them quite a lot this weekend. So, yeah, I was just happy to get away with 4th, and we'll see if we can make another run up in the next heat.
And then how was the balance with the kart from about halfway to the end? Did it change much for you?
I mean, the grip was slowly starting to build throughout the session. We played that good with our tire pressures. I think we had a little bit too much grip dialed into the go-kart, in my opinion, because it just came off the wet, so it was kind of a blind session for everyone going into it. So we'll make some small changes, but I think the package is right on pace to go out and win. So.
Yeah, and then lastly, I want to ask you about the hair change. You know, what was the thought there?
Wasn't much thought to it, to be honest. Me and my little brother just kind of were pecking at each other a little bit, and I was like, all right, well, honestly, I don't even know how I got brought up, but my little brother dared me to do it, and I said, all right, if I do it, then you have to do it, and we're both here with blonde hair now, so.
All right, well, let's hope he dares you to go get a P1 here in the second heat.
Yeah.
That's Blake Nash.
Thank you.
There you guys out from Blake Nash. Kind of looking like Slim Shady out here this weekend. We'll see if that's the trick to get himself up to the top step. A little bit of a break in the action. The lunch break now underway. We'll see you in a little bit with more racing action. Welcome back to Kart Chasers coverage of the U.S. Trophy Final live from Newcastle Motorsports Park. The last stop on the Rotax calendar. It all started back just on the outsides of Houston, Texas, in New Caney at Speed Sports Racing Park at the RMC Winter Trophy, where the first tickets to Portugal were awarded. And then we went over to Tucson, Arizona, and then Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati for the RMC Americas Trophy. And it all ends here at the U.S. Trophy Final. The first day of action this Saturday, the second round of heat races is getting ready to go underway. As always, my name is Caleb Vieska. Alongside me here in the booth, Hunter Bolton and Jerry Fandry, our boots on the ground this weekend, bringing us all the intel. But here we go. Time to go racing once again. Masters Max getting ready to kick off for heat race number 2. Christopher Mann getting ready to lead. Scott Roberts. The green flag, John Bonanno, Billy Cleveland, Mundy Lawyer, Yasumasa Inouye, Rob Meyer, and Steven Hester. 8 drivers total. Getting ready to take the green flag. And we got it. Masters Max heat race number 2 is underway.
And a clean start up front for the most part as they go side by side through turn number 3 between John Bonanno and Scott Roberts. Scott Roberts able to stay in the P2 spot. John Bonanno back in the P3.
Yeah, falling a little bit down the order there for John Bonanno, and then we look back in with the lead, Christopher Mann, and all of them rolling on through. The first heat race for these Masters drivers, it was in full wet conditions. A storm that just blew right by here, Newcastle Motorsports Park. Started over, we were stayed over in Greenfield, and now the storm is starting to heat up front. John Bonanno with a move on the inside by Roberts on Christopher Mann. Bonanno takes advantage of both of them on the exit of the scoreboard hairpin to put himself up and into the lead of this race here, Hunter.
Yeah, John Bonanno did a great over-under right there. He saw Roberts going for the pass for the lead, saw his opportunity to try to do a big over-under, got both of them, but Scott Roberts is going to come right back down the front straight.
And Roberts now looking on the inside, able to get clear. Now Roberts back up and into the point with Bonanno in second, and a little change in third. Billy Cleveland now joining the party here in the 658 REM machine. With Christopher Mann falling back, and he has Mundy Lawyer right on his rear bumper. The top 5 all within the same little bit of real estate on the racetrack here, Hunter.
Yeah, top 5's closing up. Something we didn't get to see in heat race 1 with it being in full wet condition. It was kind of everyone spaced out a little bit, but now with it back to dry conditions, everyone's botched back up, and we're nose to tail as Bonanno trying to get back under on Scott Roberts.
Yeah, and Roberts, you saw him just kind of a little bobble there on the exit, as now they're going to continue to fight further back. Mundy Lawyer looked for it on the inside of the shark fin on Christopher Mann, and he couldn't get through. That half move hurt him more than anything. And now Billy Cleveland having a good opportunity to look for second on John Bonanno. He's looking, not enough down the straight to get himself clear.
It's going to be hard to make a move going down that front straight, especially when someone like John Bonanno has Roberts right in front of him. He's got a little bit of a toe helping him get down that straightaway. When you try to pull out with no push and help, you're kind of stuck in no man's lane. You got no one helping you get by that last little bit, as Bonanno almost was looking like he was going to look for a move on Scott Roberts right there.
Yeah, and those little situations are tricky as well, right? You saw Bonanno, he even wanted to try a move of his own on Scott Roberts, and Billy Cleveland wanted to go, looked, you know, a little bit to the bottom, and it's just really kind of, you know, he's in a weird situation. There's nowhere to go. He can try to, but they're not losing time, right? Roberts is right there, so what can you do? Play your cards right. See if, you know, this race comes back your way, if the moves kind of come to you rather than having to go out there and look for them yourself, was probably the thought process there out of Billy Cleveland as they were working their way into turn number 1.
Bonanno, though, still trying to find a way around. He keeps looking at the exit of the scoreboard, going into the shark fin. He's getting a really good run out of there, but he's got a really good run out of I-70. I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to go here, and he opens up. They're going to go side by side. Mundy's going to do the same thing. Bonanno through. Mundy also gets through on his pass.
Yeah, good 2 moves there in between Mundy Lawyer and John Bonanno for the lead. And again, Bonanno just looks really good on the exit of the I-70 hairpin. You saw the comparison in between him and Scott Roberts. It was almost night and day the way that they were getting out of that corner. And now you see Bonanno finally able to get a little bit of clean air and extend his gap here. These races are still 8 minutes as the road tax officials are looking to catch back up on schedule. And a look at the bottom right-hand side of your screen, there's a couple of storms kind of looming around the area. And who knows, it looks like they don't want to come this way. Hopefully they don't. Hopefully they stay away.
At least these ones are smaller than the one we had this morning.
A lot smaller, and hopefully they pass by a lot quicker if they do work their way this way. Regardless of that, 3.5 minutes to go. And the battle currently sits second on back. As a look there, again, a different Roberts, much younger Roberts, and Davin Roberts. They're populating the names and the confusion, but the moves now present for Billy Cleveland on the inside of turn number 1. And Roberts already trying to turn another corner. A little bit of elbow grease, if you will, but nothing major, no harm, no foul in between the two of them. And Cleveland puts himself up to second.
Roberts just doesn't have the pace right now to stay with Bonanno. And Cleveland noticed that and realized he needed to keep moving forward to try to keep Bonanno within reach, not letting him get away and pull away, and then no chance to battle for the lead in the end of this race. But we're coming down to the end. We got 2.5 minutes remaining, so roughly around 3 to 4 laps, Caleb.
Yeah, and a look back at the start of the year for Billy Cleveland at rounds 1 and 2 of the RMC America's Trophy. He swept, Hunter, won both of the days. And then you go to the RMC America's Trophy out at MCC, finished second, both the occasions behind Mike Rollison. So the ticket did, in fact, go the way of Billy Cleveland, already securing that spot. But what better way to stay fresh to get some racing action here? As now we're side by side. Mundy Lawyer on Roberts, looking on the inside of turn number 1. Mundy Lawyer clear for third.
Something I'm seeing out of Roberts coming down that front straight was, it looked like he was either waving them by or he was wiping off his visor, like he's gotten some type of fluid on his visor right now. Now that could be the fuel cap. Maybe the fuel cap's a little bit loose, but at the same time we don't want to speculate and we could be very wrong. You never know what's going on the track.
Yeah, these drivers going through a lot, right? Navigating a lot throughout all these races. That being said, Billy Cleveland's been a driver that we've seen throughout the SCUSA Super Nationals throughout the years. We've seen him here time and time again out at the U.S. Trophy Final, and then even back when it went by another name. 2018, racing in the X30 Masters division. And here's a look at how they stand. The difference in between Cleveland and Bonanno, they're quite even. Bonanno, if anything, has that little bit of an upper hand. But Cleveland missing those last little hundredths throughout the lap to try and start his charge forward.
He's going to get some help here in a minute from Mundy Lawyer. If Mundy Lawyer can get to the back of Billy Cleveland, they still have a chance. They're only 7/10 back right now from John Bonanno, and that's just right outside the drafting range of this track, especially with how long the main straight is. If they can start pushing and get a good lap in this lap, they could be there by the time we get to the last lap.
Yeah, that's a very good point. They see they have enough time here to try and close on that gap. Bonanno is long gone. And the white flag is about to fly for all the drivers in this field. It's going to be about 8 laps. It's just about the same as they were originally scheduled to have, looking at the schedule here. These laps were supposed to be 8 laps, 7 laps for the Micromax drivers, and 7 laps as well for the Minimax drivers. But the track time kind of evening out at 8 minutes. Trying to get everybody home and trying to beat the afternoon storms in the area. Now Mundy Lawyer, Billy Cleveland, starting to go at it here, and Mundy Lawyer gets himself clear for second here, Hunter.
Yeah, great move out of Mundy Lawyer. Saw the white flag, knew they have no chance to catch back up to Joe Bonanno. As Joe just continues to get faster and faster and faster. John is on another level right now compared to these two. But Billy Cleveland just looks like he's falling off a little bit. It looks like the kart's getting a little bit tighter to handle, especially on these exits. You can see him running a little bit wider than everybody else, using all the track, getting up on those red rumble strips. I just think he went a little bit too high on tire pressure, or his car's just not free enough in this late stage of the race.
Yeah, that's a very good point, right? Because this track has changed a lot. We'll see these Masters tomorrow in the morning for their morning warm-up sessions and then to the super heats. But John Bonanno getting ready to go 2 in a row to start off the day and punch his ticket to the pole position later on in the super heat. Bonanno on the factory kart this weekend. He's going to take away heat race number 2 in Masters Max. And across the line, Mundy Lawyer, Billy Cleveland, Christopher Mann. Scott Roberts fell back to 5th at the end of it. Yasumasa Inouye in 6th. Stephen Hester and Rob Mayer, the last two getting ready to cross the line. The first heat race, and the second time around, done and dusted. Mini Max coming up next.
Second? Yep. Good job, buddy.
Well, the Masters drivers getting ready to cool off. Their day has concluded on the Saturday. Now Mini Max, another one of the classes that was underwater, it seemed like, for their first heat race. We'll see what they can do in dry conditions. Charlie Page getting ready to lead this field to green again, alongside Mace Lasek, Hudson Howard, Nathan Go on row number 2, with Dalton Steers and Teddy Murphy, Max Koutsoukas, and Slate Harrell on row number 4. Evan Leash and Yusufati, your top 5 rows, your top 10 starters. Sammy Chavarri, last year's winner here at the RMC U.S. Trophy Final, starts back in 11th. Lincoln Lima, Aiden Harbaugh, Arthur Farrow, driver out of the United Kingdom on row number 7, Hendrik Ross. Only 15 drivers getting ready to take the green flag here today for the second time in heat racing action. Charlie Page, Mace Lasek again getting us fired off quite quickly. They got the green. Mini Max heat race number 2 is underway.
And we're going side by side through turn number 2. Aiden Go and Hudson Howard were able to get by, or Hudson Howard was able to get by Page. Aiden Go able to slide into P3 off the start. And once again, Teddy Murphy already up front. He's up to P4.
Yeah, great drive so far for Teddy Murphy, getting himself up to 4th on the Nitro kart. Another one joining us from the United Kingdom here, looking to represent Team UK. Teddy Murphy won the first heat race on a start that, in a race that at the start it seemed like it was handed to him. Charlie Page kept him honest though, all the way to the end. This time by into the scoreboard hairpin. It's Hudson Howard to Page to Aiden Go, and then to Teddy Murphy, and the rest of the field still shuffling and deciding and really arguing for position, if you will. But Hudson Howard showing his hand here early, taking them all to the bottom of the racetrack. Page looking on the inside in I-70. Nothing yet. Murphy going to take advantage and get himself clear for 3rd.
Yeah, Howard almost didn't go low. almost didn't block it, and Page was looking for it. We're not going to block that one down the main straight. Page kept kind of jotting out, was looking for the move, just wasn't quite there yet for him. But Hudson Howard showing his cards early, showing him where he's blocking at the track. Hudson Howard does have probably the most laps here out of anybody in this field. This was his home base for the longest time as Charlie Page goes up the inside. He's clear for the lead.
And there goes Charlie Page, able to get by in turn number 5, the 90-degree left-hander. Now to the point, Aiden Goins. Harrell as well, looking for moves on the inside of Teddy Murphy. Slate Harrell able to get himself clear for 4th. Gonna move Slate up another spot. Aiden Go released in 3rd with a little bit of clean air behind. I don't know how much time to breathe he's gonna have. Harrell is right behind him.
Yeah, Harrell's right behind him. Another driver that's moving through the field is Yusuf Adi. He is already up at least his 7th, which is up 3, but I'm pretty sure he's in 6th place right now.
Yeah, there's a look at Yusuf Adi on that pink and blue helmet. The Canadian on the Prime machine already behind Teddy Murphy as they work their way onto the front stretch. And into turn number 1, no moves inside of the top 6, couple of moves further back in the group.
Yeah, Aiden Go's already got trouble coming his way with Slate Harrell. Slate Harrell's right on the rear bumper of him. Looks like Slate Harrell's going to go for the move. He is. He's on the inside. He is clear for P3. Move Slate Harrell up another spot. He is up 5 spots early on in this race, and he is moving right now. He's going to get to his teammate in no time as Yusuf Adi up the inside. They're going to go side by side on exit.
Yeah, Murphy going to set up the crossover and just able to over-under him as Adi looked for the inside into the cell tower hairpin and didn't really quite go his way. That being said, Hunter, you got to think, right? Slate Harrell is showing a great pace. And he, in comparison to a couple of the other drivers in this field, he does have double the track time as some of them. Granted, it is in a different discipline in the FZ65 and then coming to this, but you're seeing this track 2 times. You're able to stay fresh. You're able to, you know, not sit around for an hour or 2. Granted, with the lunch break now in between, but I think if anything, it's kept Slate Harrell up to speed with everything that's going on with the track and the conditions out there, and also keeping them fresh, right? Keeping them in that racing mentality where all these other drivers are probably, you know, sitting back a little bit in between sessions, able to relax as much as they can because they're still fighting for the tickets available to them.
Yeah, Caleb, that is a great point. I always find it, you know, we race the Briggs and Stratton. There's multiple classes we can run. There's senior light, senior medium, senior heavy. I've always been the guy that runs at least 2 classes. For me, I feel more confident when I'm in the go-kart more instead of sitting around and waiting all day to drive 3 times a day. I'd rather drive 6 times a day and be an hour in between with how long the CKNA days are.
And here we go. Here's a couple of moves. That's also a very good point, right? And driving more throughout the day will again make you feel a little bit more comfortable, a little bit more confident. As well, probably driving the FZ, everything kind of speeds up for you, right? Granted, it's the same speed, but you're thinking, you're constantly there. So whenever you sit back in the single speed, it's, you know, gas and or throttle and brake, that's it. That's all you got to worry about pretty much.
You know, yeah, Caleb, that is true. He doesn't have to worry about shifting no gears this time around. It's just one foot and the other foot. There's no hand involved. It's just turn that wheel as smooth as you can as Aiden goes, shocking us in turn number 3 now.
Yeah, another move there into turn number 3. Don't see many of those. We talked about it earlier with Isaac Malquit. And again, Aiden Go, impressive to get that move done in turn 3. As we look back in with your leaders, Charlie Page, Hudson Howard, separated by a car length. And now Howard, and how much time he closed on down under the cell tower hairpin. But he's right there all over Charlie Page.
Yeah, he's keeping Charlie Page honest right now. We didn't really get to see anyone outshine Charlie Page this morning, especially when it came time to qualify. And then Charlie was obviously one of the fastest karts on track in that first heat race after he fell back a little bit after the start he had where he made the mistake and went off on the exit turn 1. But Hudson Howard able to keep him honest right now, not letting him pull away. And Charlie Page knows that. He just took that look back, saw that he's still right there. Slate Harrell not making up any more ground. to these front four, but Yusuf Adi just went the fastest on track.
Great lap there, lap ago by Yusuf Adi, who's now got his sights set on Slate Hero ahead of him. He was able to leave Aiden go, and he's currently in a battle of his own with with Teddy Murphy and with Dalton Sears, the drivers who currently sit 5th, 6th, and 7th on the racetrack. And now looking on the inside, there goes Dalton under the cell tower to get that move done.
Yeah, Aiden Go just isn't having the race he would like to have, especially after what we saw out of him last weekend. Aiden Go was really fast last weekend, but this weekend he's just missing that last little bit to stay up front with these front runners. He was there in the beginning, but now we're just slowly having a downward fall. Something with him and Teddy Murphy, they keep passing every single lap. They can't decide who gets the lead between the two of them.
Yeah, we'll see again who and how they decide to try and close on into the two drivers ahead of them. They're going to run out of time, and they continue to fight here. Dalton Sears now looking on the inside. Aiden Go looking to follow him through, and they do. Both of them able to get clear on Teddy Murphy, who loses those 2 spots. So Murphy now back to 7th.
Talk about Charlie Page. He is picking it up now. He looked back 2 laps ago, saw Hudson Howard was still there. He has just went purple, and he pulled a gap that time by. He was 3/10 faster than Hudson Howard last time by, but Hudson Howard able to get a good run through the green quarter and close back up a little bit. It's going to be these straightaways that keep Hudson Howard in this race.
Yeah, he's looked quite pretty good throughout the straightaways. And again, whenever you think about it, right, we talked a lot about the gears, but last week in one of the topics of conversation, especially in various, really in K Senior, Mini, Micro, throughout all the classes really that were out here last weekend, they all talked about one thing, right? And it's just being in that drafting window, being within, being within the drafting room, being in the hole in the air that the driver ahead of you is punching through, right? Just being there, able to close on in. That's so important, especially at a straightaway that's as massive as this one. I think both me and you and Jerry can also attest to it, right, of how important it is at a place like this that can be the difference in half a second, if not. The Rotax package, granted, it is a little bit different just on how they exit the corners, but being right there, that's what's kept Hudson Howard right there. Now making that last lunge, now making that last little move. That's where the 149 has struggled a little bit to catch that extra stride to get ahead of Charlie Page. But the pace, both of them are matching each other, breaking through and finding the difference maker. That's the thing that's a struggle at the moment for the 149. But they're still fighting for third here. Harrell, Yusuf Adi going back and forth. And Slade Harrell is going to hold on to third, headed up to the final hairpin on the racetrack. He's going to have to fend off Yusuf Adi, but to the line, Charlie Page is going to take away heat race number 2 in Minimax. Hudson Howard, Slade Harrell holds on over Yusuf Adi, and Aiden Go rounds up your top 5.
Yeah, Hudson Howard showed his cards early, just wasn't quite enough to stay with Charlie Page in the end. So, they're going to go back to that MPG/J Howard tent, go over video, go over data, try to figure out that last little bit they need. Same with Slate Harrell. Slate Harrell will look really good in the opening stage, just kind of fell off towards the later half. So those two are going to go back to that tent and work hard to try to stay with Charlie Page for tomorrow.
Time to bang some gears. FZ85, the juniors, get ready to hit the racetrack.
Isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsports Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
FZ85 is getting ready to kick off their race. Christopher Yautze, Wyatt Kroger, Brandon Eng, RJ Brown, Liet Simon Alec, Williamson, and Eli Furnish. 7 drivers total. 7 factory carts, 7 FZ85 CC water-cooled shifters. The juniors get the green, and we're underway. And again, a great start off the line by Brandon Eng. It took a little bit for Yautze to get off the line, a lot better than what it was in the first heat race he had. Fired off much better this time around, but still Eng from that second row able to get the whole shot for the second heat race and counting. Yautze was better, although throughout the single lap speed and throughout the race distance in mixed conditions, in conditions where it favored drivers on potentially a little bit of more used, more worn, wet tires. So we'll see now what it looks like in full slick conditions as the rest of the field works on through. The driver who started on the outside, it was Wyatt Kroger. Again, issues off the line for the 520, stalled it. And the road tax officials just helped push him on and get him refired.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see, especially after doing it in heat number 1. Do the same thing again in heat number 2, as we're going to have a pass back here. Up the inside, he's clear. Wyatt Kroger up to 4th.
Here they go through on the exit of turn number 5. 6 minutes, and here's another look at the start here, Hunter.
Yeah, see Yautze, he's a little bit slower off the launch compared to Eng, but yeah, poor Kroger just can't get that go-kart off the line right now, as we have problems down in the bottom right screen for our driver.
Oh, wow, that was Brown. It looked like RJ Brown, driving the 577. Issues, and RJ was running in 3rd in this race. Issues put him out of contention in this one. Heartbreak for RJ.
And that's a sad time to see, especially this early on in the race, to go out like that. But now we're back up front with Brandon Eng and Christopher Yautze. They're running almost identical lap times. Christopher Yautze is a second back. Brandon Eng did a 1:10.885. Christopher Yautze with a 1:11 flat. It's going to be a close race to see, especially to see if Christopher Yautze can pick up the pace again and reel in Brandon Eng like he did in heat number 1, or surprise us like he did in qualifying and take pole position last minute.
Yeah, we'll wait and see what he can do, as Yautze now is trying to reel in Brandon Eng, but Eng really coming to life here in these dry conditions. And this is the first time that these drivers have used those slick tires, right? The sticker set that was given to them at the start of the weekend, they are just now putting it on their shifter packages because they qualified in the wet. They raced heat 1 in the wet, and now is the first heat cycle that is being put on these Vinco blue tires. So whether or not, the tire pressure you put into them, how much you want to save as well, because you still have a superheat tomorrow in the main event. Long way to go.
And Christopher Yautze picked up the pace that time by. He went all the way down to the 1:10.5. Brandon Eng on a 1:10.7. Christopher Yautze starting to pick up the pace. And you have to think about the tire pressures like you were talking. The first heat cycle, your best lap on these tires is always lap 3 to 4 usually. So you have to think, did Brandon or Christopher Yautze go a little bit too high or a little bit too low going in this race with it being the first heat cycle on these tires?
Well, I think it's a little bit earlier to tell, right? Because this race, as it goes on, it's just a matter of just kind of managing a little bit. I think more so than anything is you heard that from Blake Nash, right? That was the first heat cycle they put on their tires in heat race number 1. So whenever he got behind Oliver Hodgson, he just kind of found himself coasting a little bit, right? Got behind Ollie and, bided his time a little bit more saving up a little bit of that tire because you still have heat race number 2 and then the super heat. For these drivers, you have heat 2 and then the super heat and then the main event, obviously. So it's how much you want to push, how much of that you want to use. And here's a look at the comparison between Brandon Eng and Christopher Yautze, 0.7 of a second on lap number 4. Brandon Eng has really turned it up here.
Yeah, I think Christopher Yautze made a little bit of a mistake on that last lap. He dropped all the way down to a 1:11.4 to the 1:10.5 he did last time. He almost lost a second that lap, Caleb. That's a big loss. I have to say he made a mistake somewhere along this track. It's hard to tell where the mistake was with how big this track was, or how big this track is, but there was definitely a mistake made last lap.
Yeah, that's a big drop-off for Yautze. Comparison to Brandon Eng, a driver who was really fast, favored in the wet, favored as well in the drying conditions in heat race number 1. And now again, Brandon Eng showing to be comfortable in slick conditions. Just over 2 minutes to go. And this race is one of the longer ones that we have up here. And on the topic of the tire pressure we were talking about, Hunter, if you look down at the track temperature now, 96 degrees Fahrenheit. Almost a 20-degree swing to what we had earlier on today. Whenever we first checked over with the track temperature in those mixed conditions, 75 degrees. As cool as it had been for the past 2 weeks. And now we get here to the other side of the heat racing action, on the other side of the lunch break. The temperature's starting to rise a little bit, 70 degrees. With 96 degrees track temperature.
Yeah, track temp has gone up a good amount since this morning. And that's one thing that we always see change throughout the day is the track temperature. Obviously, me and you, we've traveled a lot this year. We've seen some pretty high track temps, especially out in the Cali area and Las Vegas, Nevada area. We saw higher ups of 130 degrees for the track temp all the way out there.
I mean, again, the big swing, right? Over in Tucson. What we saw out there, how high the track temp was, and now coming back here, it's a big swing, and we're full on summer. Back then it was, we were back in March, I believe. March. You know, long time ago. It seems like a decade ago that we were back at the start of the season. This season's been one of the longer ones to date, but, you know, we're just wrapping up the championships. Wrapped up SCUSA last weekend, wrapping up here the road tax coverage stateside before these drivers continue to try to win tickets tomorrow, either to go out to Portugal or go out to the Super Nationals. But this is, again, a new place, a different track week after week, and adapting, right? What are these places giving you? How are you reacting? How, you know, driving these different places, understanding your package as to what it likes and what it doesn't like. Granted, this class a little bit more spec than others. So out there going out there driving and learning session after session. As I look to the bottom right-hand side of your screen, a couple of storms kind of starting to peak on by. There's a lot of a wider look at it. We'll see. We'll see. Hopefully we're done by then.
I hope we are. I don't want to be here in the rain anymore. We left our hotel in the rain. By the time we got to the track, I was able to beat the rain. But as soon as I left to go get gas, the rain picked up and it rained all morning.
Reminds me earlier, right? Tire strategy. When you talk about a scrub set of wet tires in the rain, got to put on a sticker set of socks for us on the back half of the day. Take the scrubs off. Got to be ready for anything. Got to be ready for anything. And I like it, right? Because the whole paddock, you know, it's almost a smile on everybody's face. Good morning, while everybody's, you know, not having maybe the greatest of mornings. But we're at the racetrack. Got to remember, right? This is a place where we all love being part of the sport. And I know these drivers are having a great time being out there, banging some gears, banging some laps down. Nobody having a better time right now than Brandon Eng in the lead of this race. 579 with a response to Christopher Yautze to make a case for himself. Later on today, later on in the weekend for Superheat Racing action tomorrow. But today, Brandon Eng, heat race number 2, goes the way of the 579.
Christopher Yautzi able to take away the P2 position. And it's going to be Wyatt Kroger rounding out your top 3.
We got Simon Ellick getting ready to cross the line over Eli Furnish. No change there, 4th and 5th. To Drake Williamson and 1 DNF and RJ Brown. After the break, it's time to go racing in FZ 125.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation, Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge.
Heat race number 2 for FZ 125 senior. Getting ready to kick off. Gage Korn. Hectic start for Gage. And heat race number 1 off the line. He's getting ready to share it with Theo Kakati. Dylan North, Rory Vanderstor. Gambled and unfortunately didn't cash out. He went on wets. Didn't work his way. John Crow, Mason Mitchell on row number 3 with Owen Gatzione, Mitchell Lowry, Simon Ellick, Fote, Hernandez Jr., Malatesta. 12 drivers total, waiting for the green flag. 125 senior is underway and Kakati off the line. Couldn't fire off. He's going to slot back to 4th. And now goes Mitchell on John Crow at the start of that lap. And there you go back to Mitchell Lowry. He's on the Maranello machine. Looking to get to work on the driver ahead of him. But this field already, a good start nonetheless. A couple of VTMs, a Maranello in there. A lot more. But Gage Korn, a much better start to the second heat race here. And again, heat race number 1, he was starting at the bottom. That could have been part of the issue as well for Gage Korn in heat race number 1, where he just couldn't get fired off.
Heat number 1, he was still on the bottom side of the track, but the bottom was still... Yeah, Caleb, that is a great point, especially with him being on the bottom side of the track when the track was still damp. It wasn't fully dry yet.
And now we'll see what these drivers can do. Rory Vanderster, they're in second. Kakati right behind him. Dylan North and Owen Gazione. That's your top 5 for Factory Kart. Second, third, fourth, and fifth. And the Maranello up at the front end, Gage Korn on the Carblos liveried machine, but it's on an FZ125 here this weekend. Here's a look further back. John Crow with Mitchell right ahead of him. Mason Mitchell, that is. As they work their way out of the I-70 hairpin. John Crow looking to close on in, and he does so. On Mason, look at that. Turn number 3, John Crow taking the fight to some of the younger drivers in this field. That's a very experienced move here at Newcastle Motorsports Park out of John Crow, putting on a show. Turn number 3. Good move there. And here's another look at the start, Your Honor.
Yeah, we're going back to the replay of the start here. Green flag thrown, and it looks like Theo Kakati kind of stalled it there for a second, had to grab the clutch real quick, rev it back up, and then launch off.
Yeah, might have just dropped the clutch a little bit too early for Theo Kakati. You see just right there, kind of stalls on him. Able to get it back going. And now he's all over the back of Rory Vanderster for second. Still following each other along. The battle for second starting to heat up. All behind Gage Korn. Rory to the bottom. Kakati looking to go even lower. And he's through. Turn number 1. Vanderster didn't want to make way.
That was a big block out of Rory. He went way down, and Theo Kakati went all the way down to the grass to make that move right there.
Yeah, great bit of action there out of the 2 teammates. And Kakati able to get clear now. Sight set on the 434, Gage Korn, who is currently running away with a second heat race here, Hunter.
Yeah, Gage Korn is running away. He is the fastest on track, but that time by, even with going as low as Theo did to try to make that move, Theo was only 1/10 slower than Gage, so now that Theo has some open track, it's going to be a good sight to see what Theo can do with these next couple of laps with 3.5 minutes remaining in this race as Rory's about to go under fire again from Owen.
Yeah, he's still falling under fire here under Owen Gazione there, who did have the fastest lap of this race. And now on the I-70 hairpin, Rory just going to hold him off. Now up and onto the gears. Dylan North right there with him as well. To the bottom goes Rory. And you see him feeling the pressure from Gazione and North, just waiting, right? Waiting for something to fall, waiting for the cards to fall in his hand to try and make a move. Still can't find it. Now to the bottom again goes Rory. And to the inside, Gazione gets clear. Look at Dylan North ripping the high side, looking on the inside of Rory Vanderster. Nothing for him there. And that's going to release Owen Gazione in third.
Now Dylan North is put to work to try to get by Rory here. They're going to go over to the green corner. He opens the door, and there goes Dylan North up another spot, but they're going to go side by side. Dylan's going to be able to hold on to it for now.
And now Dylan North's going to have to be perfect here on the exit of the scoreboard hairpin, and he is able to now extend that gap to a car length and a half between himself and Rory Vanderster. And the gap at the front between Gage Korn and Theo Kakati, that 2.5 seconds. And it grows. Kakati losing time to Gage Korn, who continues to improve here, Hunter. Fastest lap of the race, a lap ago for Gage Korn.
Yeah, Gage Korn has been getting better every single lap. That last lap, he improved another 10th on his lap time. He is the fastest on track by almost a half a second. The closest person to him is Theo Kakati with a 108.9. Gage Korn just did a 108.599 last time by. Gage has this Maranello FZ package figured out right now compared to the Theo Kakati on the Factory Kart FZ package.
And we haven't seen Kakati a whole lot throughout the year. We've seen him race a good bit, but I think more so whenever we do see him at the racetracks, usually wrenching, working in some capacity. Last weekend, We both saw him. He was trackside for the majority of the weekend, but he was hoping to grow the brand, helping promote the brand a little bit with factory karts. On a behind-the-scenes look at day in the life at Oliver Hodgson and Billy Musgrave. A very cool view, different perspective as well, seeing Billy and Oliver, you know, with growing a little bit of personality for them and for the crew as well. And had a good conversation with Theo, right? Always having a way, wanting to be an ambassador for the sport, growing it and showing the behind-the-scenes look as to what the operation looks like for factory karts on a race weekend, right? What it takes to be up at the front end on Sunday. It all worked out for him with Oliver Hodgson taking the win.
Yeah, and you know, we were messing with Theo a little bit. We were kind of flexing our big mobile camera on him a little bit. He had a little bit of a smaller camera, and I say he was a little shy when he saw the big camera come around.
Either way, did a great job, right? You know, putting on a show and you know, last weekend and now this weekend as well. We'll see what he can do now, getting to drive and get himself behind the wheel of one of the factory karts that is now using to promote both on their YouTube channel and across social media. If you guys haven't checked it out, I recommend watching that video if you guys are big fans of the sport, big fans of factory karts as well. This time by last lap, it's not a factory kart, it's a Maranello up at the front. Gage Korn, your leader. And he really fired off well here. And again, being here last weekend, kind of fall into his hands, right? A track that hasn't changed outside of the conditions. Tire's going to be different. But if anything, it's going to be a very familiar thing to be behind. Those FZ 125 package here this weekend. And he's shown that, right? Time and time again, putting down laps, putting down a good start here for heat race number 2, and really hasn't looked back. Gage has looked really, really comfortable so far in this race here, Hunter.
Yeah, Gage has looked phenomenal this whole race in the dry. Way better than what he looked in the wet. He had pace in the wet, just wasn't the start he wanted. Got the start he needed this time, and he's coming to the checkered flag this time by.
Well, here we go, across the line. Gage Korn is going to take away heat race number 2. And now for second, Theo Ciccotti, Owen Gazione, your top 3. Dylan North, Rory Vanderster holds on for 5th. John Crow coming across in 6th to Mason Mitchell, Xander Malatesta, Kyle Fote, Kevin Simonelli, Larry Hernandez Jr., and Mitchell Lowry. Your 12 drivers, but Gage Korn makes a case for himself when you talk about the pole position in the superheat. Ciccotti falls 1 spot short.
Just let me know when. Oh, great. All right, Theo, tell me a little bit of how that race went for you.
It was all right. I swapped with Korn on that one. I messed up the start. Car felt good, though. We had to get by 2 of the other factory karts out there. But overall felt good. Towards the end, didn't really push too much. Want to save the tires a little bit. I already knew Korn was gone, so overall happy with it. We trying some stuff with the kart, learning, developing my knowledge, and so far, so good.
P2 for Theo here in 125.
Thank you there, Jerry, and thank you there for Theo as well, right? Every time you go out there is a learning session, trying to be better, understand the tire a little bit more, and you heard it there, right? Gage, long gone. What do? You sit back, sit patient, don't use up much more of that Avinco than you need to. Well played there out of Theo, and well played there out of Gage. I'm sure we'll catch up with him throughout the weekend. And 2 of them separating themselves from the rest of the field so far this weekend. Micromax now hits the racetrack for their 2nd heat race of the day. Trey Sanders, talk about being a step above. Sanders was a step above everybody in Micromax. He put together A really good first heat race, Hunter.
Yeah, Trey Sanders was able to take the lead away from Dusty Strayer in the beginning and just checked out from the field. We did have a good battle, though, between the rest of the field towards the end of the race between Grant Heckman, Trey Sanders was another one, Tristan Francisco, and Totsi. They were all battling in the last lap, and it came down to the very end to see who was able to get the win. I'm looking to try to see another good heat race out of Grant Heckman. He moved up 8 spots in heat number 1. Let's see what he can do in heat number 2.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on Grant. We'll keep an eye on a lot of them as they get ready to take the green flag here. As one driver with issues falling back from the pack, one of the Kart Republics, and that's Baron Chen. Like he's kind of bogging down, looking to get that thing refired, and it's unfortunately not going to happen this time for Baron Chen. Heat race number 2, Micromax, is underway.
And Dusty Strayer with a good start, able to take the lead. Trey Sanders falling back to P3, just a little bit off. As we're going to have a pass for the lead already. The number 39 up to the point.
Yeah, there goes Zaremba on the Merlin looking for the lead, and it's going to get taken right back by Dusty Strayer. An hour too wide. Trey Sanders looking on the inside there on Gamble. Not going to happen. The 72 able to hold on to third. And Trey Sanders lost a little bit of time in the process. Now moves up for second. There goes Zaremba. Sorry, Gamble looking for a move of his own on Zaremba. Didn't work out into the green corner. Now in the scoreboard. He's clear as they're side-by-side all throughout this field. Grant Heckman looking to go on Tristan Francisco. That didn't work out for him.
And Grant Heckman already with a great start, already up into P6, trying to find a way past Francisco as Trey Sanders now up the inside. Tristan's going to follow him through on Zaremba.
And now the battle for second starting to heat up. There's Trey Sanders now looking on the inside, going to the bottom of the racetrack. You see them asking for a little bit of grace from Arlo Gamble. Arlo's going to give it to him. Going to let him get by for second. Now with sights set on Dusty Strayer, who's up at the front of this field. Everybody else slotting on through, and now goes Sanders looking on the inside. Turn 5, clear. Sanders to the point.
Heckman wasting no time to make moves. He got by Zaremba in turn number 2. He made a move on Francisco, and he's already going up to second. We have a spinner.
3 around 3 off the racetrack. Zaremba as well. Got spun in the middle of the corner in the cell tower hairpin. Cohen Scott is out. Tosti, it looks like, was collected in the whole process as well. I don't know if it was Farrow, the other one, but one more was also collected in the incident there in the cell tower hairpin. But Grant Heckman, 2 for 1 into the cell tower, puts himself for second.
Great move out of Grant Heckman. He is moving through this field. He has a mission to get to the point. And it's amazing to see someone that we don't get to see very often in the two-cycle world of racing, with us at least. He is putting on a show against the front runners that we see week in and week out.
Yeah, great drive so far out of Grant Heckman. Up 7 spots since the start of this race. That young man, now everybody else working their way through. Here's the battles. So Farrow was able to get clear. Albert Farrow, that is. He's up into 5th. Chase Zolman is in 6th. Who did we lose? It was Tosti for sure. Arlo Gamble was another one of the drivers that obviously did the half spin. Zaremba, Cohen Scott, those are the 4. Gamble, Tosti, Zaremba, and Scott, the 4 that we lost right here a lap ago.
It's a lot of drivers to lose early on in this race, and they have fallen way down the order. Some of them more than others.
Not only drivers, but contenders as well. Let's have another look at it here, Hunter.
And we're going in to the green corner. You see Grant Heckman go in, and then you see Tristan Francisco is looking the inside, but Gamble already started to turn in, and there was nowhere to go.
I mean, everybody going for moves, right? Heckman there gets by. Strayer has to check up. And then as well, Gamble's looking for a move of his own. Francisco's looking for a move. To me, it just looks like one big racing incident that occurred into the cell tower hairpin. Everybody going for moves, right? And some of them are going to work, others are not. sadly for those drivers looking for moves, didn't work for them. As now we look back in with Albert Farrow defending for 5th. He's got Hayden Sampson right there with him, as well as Sebastian Kim, who's in this pack, the MSO Racing CRG, and another one of the Nitro karts.
And that's Gamble in there as well. He's already caught back up to that group as we went back up front.
Oh, Zolman, Chase Zolman on the number 11 was the driver who's right there, and he's the biggest mover so far in this race.
That is Gamble. That's
now
72.
it's Gamble, yeah. So much happening here. There's Zolman in the 11 Nitro kart for RPM, and Gamble, as we looked away, they started a fight as Farrow defending to the bottom over Hayden Sampson. TB kart out of the state of Texas with John Burke Racing. They're all working their way through the infield.
Yeah, Farrow continuing to block the rest of the field behind him, trying to hold on for what he can. He's already lost one. He's down to P6. He's just trying to hold what he can to get some good points, but he's got a lot of defending to do. We got 3 minutes left in this race, Caleb.
Yeah, if Albert Farrow feels like he doesn't have the package at hand to stay in front of these drivers behind him, he's got a lot of work to do in the last couple laps here to try and hold them back. But also a lot of work to do for Trey Sanders, because Grant Heckman has arrived. Now looking on the inside of Trey Sanders. Heckman to the lead of the race in the right-hander. The 27 catches Sanders by surprise. Heckman's going to take control.
You know, if we were talking before this weekend, this would not have been on my bingo card. Coming back from 9th on the grid and taking the lead of the race within 4 laps, you don't get to see that very often. Especially a driver at his age, so young, able to go through the field, especially when we don't get to see him very often. Coming into the 2 cycle and being able to run with the front runners, this is a great weekend for Grant Heckman.
Yeah, this is his first year in 2 cycle racing for Trey Sanders. We saw him last year, but he's still one of the younger drivers. I believe just about 7 to early 8-year-old. If he's not still 7 years old, but very, very young field. And at the end of last year, we talked about a lot of the younger drivers, you know, moving up and also maturing this year into now the front runners of the field, because we had a massive graduating class last year at the end of the Micro Swift season up and into Mini Swift, which is why we see that class so competitive this year. Mini Max, now if you want to call it in Rotax, Rotax terms, and even, then new faces, different drivers up at the front in Micromax this weekend. And throughout the year as well have given us a different look, a different perspective as the drivers who have been running up at the front. But it's the same anywhere you go. Heckman's the one that we really don't see throughout the year as much as everybody else, right, who do all 3 of the big nationals for really with Rotax. So Sanders is one of the ones that we have seen. But, again, drivers that are making names for themselves, looking for wins, putting themselves in situations more consistently to take #1 trophies home.
Yeah, that's a very great point, Caleb. And you were talking about the graduating classes that we've had. Last year, it was both in Mickey, Micro, and Mini. Enzo De Janeiro up to junior this year. He's running up front. Maxwell Macha, he moved up to junior. He's up front as well. A lot of the junior contenders all moved up to junior this year, and all the Micro guys, they moved up to Mini. So it's been a toss-up this year.
And that's one of the bigger jumps as well, right? Micro to Mini is difficult, but it's not as much so as moving up from Mini quite young. If you're so 9 years old, 10 years old, moving up to junior, that's a big jump, right? Getting yourself into a full-size car and learning how to muscle the thing, the weight's a little bit more, so that it's a little bit more physical, and getting your body ready for that, and as well getting your mind ready to go to war pretty much for, if you want to call it 8 minutes plus a lap here in Rotax competition. And also not making mistakes, right? Minimizing those mistakes is very important, because the level increases, right? The maturity increases. What it takes to stay out in front also increases with those veteran drivers in junior getting ready to move up and become either pro drivers or just drivers in senior racing action. That time by Trey Sanders with a little bit of mistake out of Grant Heckman was able to retake the lead. And these 2 drivers are going to fight on this final lap to decide who's going to stay out in front.
Yeah, that's a great move out of Trey Sanders to take the lead going on to the last lap. But this track, I'm also 50-50 whether it's better to lead on the last lap or be in second on the last lap with how long this straightaway is. but Trey Sanders already started to pull a small little gap, but this straightaway right here is going to bring Grant right back into it, and we're going to have a last lap battle.
Here we go. White flag flies. 1 lap to go for Trey Sanders, who's looking to go back-to-back in heat races. He won heat race number 1. Now just a little bit over half a lap to try and take heat race number 2, but Heckman has kept him really honest so far in heat race number 2, Hunter.
Yeah, Heckman's done a great job this race to keep Trey Sanders like he's racing another national, but we haven't seen any blocking quite yet. Trey's been looking back, hasn't realized he's had a small gap. This is the first time we've seen a little bit of a later move out, but now we're going to the scoreboard, and Grant Heckman's right there. You're going to see a little bit of a later go again. Now into the shark fin. Trey's looking over, sees he's got a gap. He knows he's not going to block going into here.
Yeah, we'll see if Grant Heckman can close on in out of the shark fin. A little wide there on the exit. Sanders nice and tight out of the shark fin. And that's going to be enough for the 33. Trey Sanders wins heat race number 1, and he's going to back it up in heat race number 2. Sanders punches his ticket to the pole in the super heat tomorrow over Grant Heckman and Tristan Francisco to get himself inside of the top 3.
You have to think Grant Heckman might be someone to watch out for tomorrow in the opening stage of the races. He was able to climb his spots early on in both of these heat races. Early on in the race to go from 9th to 2nd to eventually be leading by lap 4 in this heat race. He's going to be someone to look out for, especially starting outside front row tomorrow with 2 seconds in these heat races.
There you go. What a race. Got to keep an eye on a lot of these drivers at the end of it. With Trey Sanders back-to-back jacks in the heat races. He heads into the super heat as the favorite. Coming up next, it's time to go racing in Junior Max.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
From the garage to the grid, Acceleration Kart Racing is your one-stop shop for karting. Engines, parts, safety gear, tools, and more from the brands you trust. Everything you need for race day starts at shopakr.com.
Hi, I'm Jackson with Alpha Race Hub. Alpha is an all-in-one motorsports software solution that can solve all the software problems you need for your track, facility, or series. Alpha can cover all your software bases, from online registration, digital e-waivers, a proprietary timing and scoring software, incident management, automated points tabulation, tire and barcode scanning. We even have our own mobile timing app and rental kart activity management software. If you're looking to consolidate your motorsports software solutions, reach out to us at alphatiming.co.uk.
Welcome back to Kart Chasers coverage of the RMC U.S. Trophy Final. 3 races left on the day. Junior Max FZ65 and 1 driver with issues at 244 off the racetrack. Not going to be able to kick this one off. Giovanni Blackerby, unfortunately, not going to take the green flag in this Junior Max second heat race on the day. But Nico Orbezo and Enzo Di Gennaro get ready to start on row number 1. Enzo looking down quite a whole lot for this one. Not sure exactly what he's having a look at.
He's looking down at his throttle pedal, it looks like. I almost wonder if he's having a problem with the throttle cable.
Yeah, I don't know, and he's still doing so. So I don't know if Enzo's got something wrong. If he does, he's got to figure it out quickly because this one's about to go green. Orbezo on the inside, Di Gennaro on the outside. Green flag flies. Heat race number 2 in Junior Max is underway.
You know, Caleb, it's hard to tell what was going on with Enzo Di Gennaro there. It did look like he had a slow start. The kart didn't want to take off initially, so I wonder if there was a little bit too much slack in the throttle cable initially, but he's able to keep it up front for now. He's in P4 right behind Darren Kidd.
Yeah, and a big scrum already in the midfield behind Clayton Stiles as we're passing up front. Darren Kidd through for second. Di Gennaro couldn't quite find a way by Chandler, as well as the driver who got past, and now Di Gennaro looking to fend off Oliver Chasse, the driver right behind him. I'm sorry, it's Yutaka Tsunoda, it looks like, in the RPM. Yeah, indeed, Yutaka Tsunoda there right behind Enzo Di Gennaro.
Great start for Tsunoda to get up into P5 over Chasse. Darren Kidd and Nico Orbezo, it's kind of similar to what we saw in the first heat race. They start to pull away from Chandler, and then Chandler and Enzo Di Gennaro come back into the frame, and then we're going to have a battle back on our hands just like we did in heat number 1.
Yeah, very similar to what we saw a little bit earlier. As one of them way off the racetrack. Way off there on the exit of turn 1, going into 2. And the battle up front starting to heat up. Darren Kidd all over the back here of Nico Orbezo as we're heading into the cell tower hairpin. And Orbezo knows it, already going to the bottom is now Di Gennaro looking for third. He's not going to find it.
Yeah, he was looking there. They went side by side through the cell tower corner. Just wasn't enough space. Now Enzo's coming under fire from Tsunoda. He's able to hold on to it for now. And here comes Chasse back into the mix. He's going to have a 5-kart battle for the lead as we take back a look at the replay.
And here's a look at an issue further back from one of the Ben Cooper machines. And there was a big scrum in the midfield. There was, again, Wojciechowski, it looked like, as well as Tanner Barsh. One of those Ben Cooper machines going way off there on the exit of turn number 1. They were going side by side in the short shoot run to turn 2.
I think it was William Rachetti, the one that in the Ben Cooper, who was way off. That's a big off for William Rachetti as we're having a bit of battling going on back here between the 233 of Tsunoda and Chasse.
And now Nico Orbezo still holding on as Di Gennaro tried it a couple of times already over the last couple of laps. He's going to find it now. Enzo Di Gennaro is through for third. And now that's split up the group. Chandler back to 4th. And here's a look at that battle. Top 4 going through and side by side with Oliver Chasse. Yeah, like you mentioned, up and over the curb. And that just threw him into the side of Yutaka Tsunoda, who dropped the tire. And that kind of pretty much dropped him into Clayton Stiles as well.
Yeah, he did lose the position of Clayton Stiles. You could see it back in the background of our little view that we had of the live. You see Clayton there now, and then you see Tsunoda. He's dropping back another one.
Yeah, that was, again, a moment that, if anything, hurt Yutaka Tsunoda more than anything. Having to go off the racetrack hindered the momentum that He was looking to build, and it was all in the battle right there. Those curbs, pretty big in turn number 3, Hunter. They will throw that car, pick it up, and throw it down. And whoever's on the outside, it's almost got to brace yourself there. Try and just keep it running, keep it going, point it forward. Yutaka did just that. Limited, pretty much limited the damage that he took from it. To slot in line in 7th. Fazzari and Baziak are now the 2 drivers that are right behind him. But luckily, Yutaka's got a little bit of breathing room as Enzo De Janeiro into the green corner on Darren Kidd. De Janeiro's through for 2nd.
Yeah, Enzo saw that they were losing time to Nico Urbezo, knew he had to make a move, so he still had a chance at Nico Urbezo this race. Darren Kidd just seems to be losing that little bit of pace to stay with him. Kind of the same thing we saw earlier today. Darren Kidd was fast in the opening stages and then slowly fell off throughout the race. It just looks like it's happened earlier on today.
Yeah, a lot earlier. Now we'll see what Enzo De Janeiro can do with Nico Urbezo being the driver right ahead of him. And this is pretty close to how they finished in heat race number 1. Nico Urbezo was able to get the win over Enzo De Janeiro. And now Enzo, you saw him kind of speak to Jerry as well after his race of what it was going to take to try and go better than Enzo De Janeiro. Just keeping his head down, taking the race as it comes. Now, looking real good. Here with 2.5 minutes to go, plus 1 lap. We'll see what De Janeiro can do. Into the green corner, past you already. Not close enough this time.
Yeah, it just wasn't quite close enough, but he's on the rear bumper going in the scoreboard, and he's going to send it into scoreboard. He's clear. Nico with no shot at doing the over-under through there.
Yeah, nothing. Enzo De Janeiro played his cards perfectly, right? Bided his time, was patient, and when the first opportunity presented itself, into the scoreboard hairpin, he took it, and he hasn't looked back since. We'll see what De Janeiro looks like up at the front, and you see the lap time comparison as one between the two, right? Throughout, pretty much after lap number 2, De Janeiro had slowly been improving and slowly been chipping away at the gap that Nico Urbezo had built since the start of this race. Finally leading to that overtake for the lead in the scoreboard hairpin.
With Enzo De Janeiro taking the lead, that has brought Darren Kidd and Alex Chandler right back into the mix of things. It's back to the 4-car battle for the lead. Chassis kind of just in no man's land in the background. Same with Clayton Stiles.
Yeah, Clayton Stiles right there in 4th, but he's had to sit kind of patient for the majority of this race as Kusei Imamura, the Japanese driver, fastest in this race. And Kusei currently finds himself a little bit ways down the order. He's down in 18th, up 11 spots since the start. Imamura, good drive up the field, needs a little bit more. The superheat is probably where we're going to see him come in a frame within the top 10. Speed definitely at hand there. But a minute to go. Brings the lap count down to 2 laps to go here in Junior Max.
Yeah, 2 laps to go, and you have to think, when will Enzo De Janeiro start to defend from Nico Urbezo, Darren Kidd, and Alex Chandler? We saw Enzo De Janeiro and Nico Urbezo work extremely well together in Heat 1. Didn't see a whole lot of blocking until the last lap, so I'm going to assume it's going to be the same case this time by, but you never know anymore.
2 stories right there, right? Drivers fighting for the lead. And the drivers out of contention with issues at the start of this race. I was down and over by turn number 5. And the cell tower hairpin. White flag will fly this time by for these drivers. And a lap is all that's going to be left for Enzo De Janeiro, for Nico Urbezo. Let's try and stay right here. De Janeiro already with a 2nd place to his name. That would better his average in comparison to Nico Urbezo. We'll see what it's like for the superheat. We're going to find out. White flag flies this time by. 1 lap to go in heat race number 2.
1 lap to go. A little bit of gap between a P1 and P2 right now. Enzo sees it. He's not going to defend quite yet. But Darren Kidd, it looks like he's about to go on the defense from Alex Chandler. But they're still working together, trying to wait to see what Enzo De Janeiro and Nico Urbazo will do together, but so far it's just been a gap between the two of them, and Enzo Di Gennaro looks like he's going to have this win in the bag right now with the gap he has, but you never know with how much he can
Can't talk too
close
soon,
up.
right? Can't talk too soon. Nico has surprised us more often than not at various different races, drag races to the line. He's going to have to push and work for this one. Needs to be flawless here out of the shark fin and needs a mistake out of Enzo Di Gennaro. He's not going to get it on the shark fin. Now up to I-70. Running out of time. And he's not going to get there. Enzo Di Gennaro needed to respond at the end of heat race number 1. He's going to do so in heat race number 2. Di Gennaro takes the second win of the day in Junior Max. Nico Urbazo and Darren Kidd able to stay ahead of Alex Chandler to the line.
Yeah, and then Chassis will round out your top 5. It's been the 4 of them pretty much all day today, Caleb. The 4 of Enzo Di Gennaro, Nicholas Urbazo, Darren Kidd, and Alex Chandler have always seemed to pull away from Chassis. Chassis just needs to find that last little bit to stay with him throughout this race.
There are your unofficial results at the end of heat race number 2. Ari Bazia, Cleo da Silva, Sanguinetti, Diesel Bazanski, and Brandon Eng. That's how they ended up. Kusei Imamura down in 16th, being the biggest mover with one of the fastest laps on the racetrack.
Off Enzo, congratulations on your heat number 2 win. In that session there, I noticed you definitely found something through Cell Tower. What do you think made the difference in that corner?
Yeah, I mean, from Scusa from last weekend, I mean, we were slowly figuring something out, and then I think this weekend I just really perfected it, and nobody can keep up there.
And how are you feeling getting ready for tomorrow?
Feeling good. I mean, after heat 1, I mean, not the best luck, but like I said, heat 2, we got the win, so I'm very confident. Looking for that win tomorrow.
All right, thank you, Enzo.
There you guys have it from Enzo Di Gennaro. Confident, calm and collected. He's going to take away the win in heat race number 2. Only 2 races left. FZ65 and Senior Max coming up next.
Motorsports builds champions every day, drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart. It's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship-winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macromotorsports.net.
Well, here we go. Time to go racing once again as we have one stalled. Chase Thixton. Stalls it, and they're bringing him back into his starting spot. Second heat race of FZ65 getting ready to kick off with a couple of drivers having a couple of issues. Getting things started. I think one of them forgot a neck brace before hitting the racetrack. Tough end to the day. But here we go. FZ65 getting ready to take the green flag. Slate Harrell won the first one. We'll see who can get the second one. Green flag flies. FZ65 is underway.
Horrible start for Slate Harrell. Fell way back from the front row. Could not get the car off the line this time. But Chase Dixon with a great start. Same for, I think that's Lincoln Wiley in P2, if I'm not mistaken. No, that's the number 5.
Anakin Hernandez, the driver who populated in second, got a great start off the line. And you go back to the number 8. There's Lincoln Wiley. Able to put himself up and into the third spot. But up front, Chase Dixon was very fast in the opening heat race. Slate Harrell was just able to get the better of him as the race progressed. Now we'll see if Slate has enough time to try and close down the gap to the drivers ahead of him. Bizanski sits in 4th, right behind Lincoln Wiley. So it's a matter of whether or not they can catch Chase Dixon before the end of this one. As here we go, working our way up into the I-70 hairpin. A little wide there on the exit for Hernandez, and now he's going to get crossed over. Bizanski's through. And here comes another one. Slate Harrell already arriving on the scene after a rough start for the number 14. Puts himself up to 3rd. 2 passes on the straightaway. Slate Harrell's up to 3rd.
Yeah, Slate Harrell making moves like it's no problem in this shifter category. And he's going to go for another one.
Slate Harrell driving like a kid possessed right now, already up to 2nd. I mean, he's making it interesting for us. If he figures out the starts tomorrow, we'd be seeing a whole different story because he is flying out there. Slate Harrell putting together a good number of laps, putting together good string of results. Talking to his dad and to Slate earlier on today, said that they put in 100 laps on Thursday, 80 plus yesterday, and then today it'll be a little less now that we're in official sessions and in racing sessions as well. But I mean, busy weekend at the racetrack, right? In between Mini Max, in between FZ65 Mini, busy weekend for Slate Harrell and for all these drivers as well that are doubling up. As now we have a look at Asher Bizanski looking to get to work there on Hernandez. As they work their way into turn number 1. And sorry, that wasn't Hernandez. Hernandez had issues. Hernandez down to 10th. That was Wiley, the number 8, who sits in 3rd. But as this one gets kicked off and a Slate Harrell tries to get to work, we'll send it on down to Jerry Fandry. Jerry, what do you got?
Thank you, Caleb. I've actually caught up with Billy Musgrave down here on grid. Billy, how cool is this to be a huge part of this program? With all of your go-karts on the track right now.
I mean, for me, it's emotional right now. I mean, I've been dreaming of this since 2 years ago when we had the little demo out at Supernats and kind of gave the world a taste of what we had in mind. And yeah, here we are 2 years later, finally able to put all the pieces together. And yeah, we figured we'd come out here, kind of do a little, invite only, kind of, show the world that we got some kids here with some serious potential and just kind of show our vision. So I'm just so excited. The first heat race went awesome. Most of the kids getting off the line okay. Now this time, the racing is fantastic. I mean, the kids are having a blast under the tent. Like, man, I couldn't be happier.
That's awesome. That's Billy Musgrave.
Thank you very much there to Jerry and Billy Musgrave. And you see the smile on his face, right? Billy became a dad last week to Everett and Emmett. Went home for a couple of days to go see him, running on very little sleep, and coming back out here, putting this on. All the kids under the same tent, under the big gazebo tent that they have right by the grid. All the kids down there hanging out together, all pitted together.
I mean, heck, yesterday I saw them have a mini basketball hoop up on the fence, and they were playing mini basketball together.
There you go. There you go. And again, these are memories that these kids are going to have for a lifetime, memories that a lot of us are going to have for a lifetime, right? The first, national FZ shifter race at the demo back at the Supernats. That was, 2 years ago, I believe. 2 years ago to the date was when we had the demo over at the Super Nationals. And now, you know, 2 years down the line, at a road tax race, having these drivers out here, and, you know, you said it right, invite only for the drivers that wanted to come out here and do it, putting together, promoting a little bit of what it's like to come out here. And now, a pass for the lead. Slade Harrell getting himself clear for the lead of the race over Chase Thixton. You talk about it, right? Figuring out those starts has been the hardest thing. But Slade Harrell has figured out how to go faster on Newcastle Motorsports Park in this 65cc mini shifter machine.
You got that right. And, you know, I honestly, Caleb, this might sound bad to say, I want to see Slate get a good start, but at the same time, I don't. He's been making it entertaining for us up here.
There you go. Well, again, you want to see all these kids do good, all right? But Slate's definitely made it interesting for us because, you know, like we've mentioned, time and time again, he's had to work through this field. He's had to, you know, chip away at all the gaps that have come his way. And, you know, he's definitely done so far today. Or if anything, he's almost made it a little bit harder on himself getting through, but I'm sure he's having a blast out there making some moves. As we have one off there in the infield. That's the 13th of Diagonal. Leland Diagonal, he was running an 8th. He's out of this race a little bit early. As we look back in, Asher Bazanski still getting to work with Lincoln Wiley. No moves yet for Asher. Looking on the inside, had to think better of it a lap ago. Still not there for Asher, who's tried it a couple laps consecutively. Hasn't found a way by just yet.
But we haven't talked about Ryan Crow. Ryan Crow was able to get by both of these guys, and he's up 4 spots to P3 now, Caleb.
Yeah, and I spoke to Ryan a little bit earlier, right? His dad, John, obviously racing the FZ 125, Supermasters driver, and he says it's the first time that I've done a national period anywhere, and it's here, right? At home, a place he calls home in Newcastle Motorsports Park, and he's like, look, you know, the 65 is fun, but I got an 85 as well here at the track in our garage that I really like to go out on. So, again, you think about the 85 comparison to the 65, but the difference is you're going out there wheel to wheel with a couple of competitors, right, in the mini division. So that's the biggest difference for Ryan Crow, to go out there and to try and learn. But he's done a good job up to 3rd already, making some good moves of his own to put himself inside of the top 3. And they were all excited just to get out there and race against each other, right? You can, you know, put down laps all you want, but going out there wheel to wheel, trying to pass somebody, you know, buddies. Now, you know, turning friends, we got drivers from all over the country. Bazanski from California, Harrell from North Carolina. You know, drivers here from the Midwest, all over the place, just coming in and taking part of the action.
Yeah, Caleb, absolutely. And, you know, that seeing drivers come all the way from California to come race this event is huge. Especially someone like the Bazanskis. We don't get to see them on the national calendar really that much. We've seen them at all the cutoff rounds we've done, but we haven't really seen them in the Midwest until last weekend, where they made their debut at the Pro Tour.
Yeah, that was the first time they raced out at the Pro Tour. And again, having this, you know, the week after helped. Asher actually wasn't racing. He was, you know, helping his brother out, helping clean up around the tent. But the two of them, you know, Asher and Diesel, very hands-on with everything that they do. Asher was, you know, mounting the tires on his FZ machine earlier on today. Mounting the tires himself, setting the tire pressures himself, doing everything kind of on his own. You don't see that all too often out of some of these young drivers. And then going out there and driving, I mean, what better way to understand the machine than to do it yourself, right? Understand the changes that you're going to make. It's been good enough to put him up and into 4th behind John, behind Ryan Crow, our biggest mover in this race. 4 spots gained. Chase Thixton still looking to chase down Slade Harrell. But this is the closest battle we have on the racetrack. Is now looking for a crossover. Going on the inside, Lincoln Wiley on Asher Bazanski. He's going to get clear into turn number 5.
Great crossover from Wiley to take the spot back on the final lap. And that crossover made Bazanski lose a bit of time to Wiley, and now he's got to put his head back down and try to close back up to see if he can make one last effort to get back to that 4th spot before the race is over.
And up at the front, this is all behind Slate Harrell, who has put 2 seconds on this field. 2 seconds ahead of Chase Thixton as he works his way out of the shark fin. Harrell's going to punch his ticket to the pole position tomorrow in the superheat. Slade Harrell goes flawless on Saturday's day of racing action. He gets it done. Thixton to Ryan Crow, and to the line, Lincoln Wiley is going to get the better of Asher Bazanski. Liam Ford, Cole Harris, Kuiper Nelson, Evan Leash. All right, there goes Kuiper Nelson. Evan Leash getting ready to cross now with Anakin Hernandez right behind him. But Slade Harrell 2 for 2 on the day.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Final race of the day, heat race number 2, Senior Max. Getting ready to go green here, Aiden Ingrata. He's gonna lead this field to the green flag, but it was Isaac Malquit who got the better of him in heat race number 1. He starts alongside him on row number 1. Oliver Hodgson and Mason Kuhn on row number 2 with Brandon Siraki, the rookie, his first national senior start on row number 3 with Aiden Galloway, Gage Korn, Finnegan Bailiff, Ryusei Sawada, Arnold Sabarin, Thomas Anthony, Toby Leon, Blake Nash, and more are getting ready to take the green flag. 34 drivers, 1 winner, a couple of them out of line early. Green flag flies. Senior Max is underway. And up at the front already, Aiden Ingrata able to slot into the lead of the race. Isaac Malquit in second, with Oliver Hodgson sliding into third. Mason Kuhn holding on to fourth. The top 5 rounded up by Galloway, the Mike Doty Racing Machine, on the edge of the top 5, and a good start for Finnegan Bailiff, who slots up a couple of spots, and Isaac Malquit this time a lot sooner. Cell Tower clear for the lead, and along with them, Oliver Hodgson through for second.
A great move out of Isaac Malquit. Take the lead early on in this race, but here comes Oliver Hodgson. He's up the inside. Now Malquit and Ingrata side by side. Malquit able to hold on to it for now. He's able to hold on to it. Ingrata thought better about setting up the inside going into the scoreboard. Malquit still on the outside, and there goes Ingrata.
Yeah, just holding on for dear life for Ike. And he's going to fall back to third. Hodgson to the lead over Ingrata and Isaac. Mason Kuhn still sitting there in fourth. Siraki, he was shuffled down the order here throughout this race as they're working their way by into turn number 1 and for the lead of the race. Aiden Ingrata gets clear. Isaac Malquit as well through for second. And Oliver Hodgson holding on to third. Everybody else sliding in the line. Finnegan Bailiff looking to work his way through on Galloway. He did. Still pressure. Antoine Lemieux's right behind him. And then a Siraki, Sabarin, Sawada, and more. For the top 3, the same as what we saw earlier. Mason Kuhn just trying to hold on to the coattails of the top 3.
Yeah, Mason's just kind of back there trying to hold on the best he can before the next group comes up into there. But Finnegan Bailiff is defending from back below, and there goes Blake Nash up the inside.
Yeah, Blake Nash having to make moves so far in this second heat race. He's got his work cut out for him for sure here, Hunter. Having to make passes and having to pick and choose how and when he makes them. He's just stuck in the middle of this field. As Ingrata in the lead of the race. Getting ready to conclude lap number 2. Led by Oliver Hodgson a lap ago into turn number 1. And now a pass further back. Antoine Lemieux on Finnegan Bailiff. Sabarin looking to go by as well. We'll see if they were able to make that move stick or not. They were. Finnegan Bailiff still locked in the battle there with Siraki, with Blake Nash looking on the inside of Siraki. Into turn number 4. Didn't work out for him.
Just wasn't quite there for Blake Nash, and Blake Nash got a little bit sideways, but he's going to be able to get it right here in Cell Tower. He's clear on Brandon Siraki, and one more is going to join him on through.
Yeah, it's hard as well for Blake Nash, right? He was arguably one of the fastest drivers on the racetrack in heat race number 1, and now being patient, right? You almost got to bite your tongue trying to make these moves, you know, wanting to go, having to wait a little bit. Just picking and choosing them where you're not losing all too much time. Granted, he's got a little bit of clean air ahead of him now as he's looking to close in on Arnaud Sabarin before the end of the next lap.
And he's already starting to close back in to Sabarin. And same with Finnegan Bailiff. Finnegan Bailiff's got to put his head down and reel in the 305.
And everybody, with this being the last race of the day, everybody eyes on the Senior Max drivers. One of the most exciting classes to watch. This Rotax package delivers some great action time and time again. As we check back in with Finnegan Bailiff, now able to get by on Arnaud Sabarin. Next for him is Antoine Lemieux, who's about a second up the road. See if that Trinity Karting Group Barrel Art can close that gap down. You see Finnegan all over the curb there before the green corner. Looking to close down the gap, and he's doing so. And a look at Macy Williams as well, up to 11th here. Macy's having a drive so far, up 7 spots here, Hunter.
Yeah, I was looking at that right before you said it. I think you just kind of read my mind right there. Macy Williams having a heck of a drive right now, moving up through the field, about to get another one on Brandon Siraki as we have a move right here.
Sawada there. Sawada looking on the inside of Sabarin. And on the I-70 hairpin, Sawada's going to get clear. He's on that blue Liberty factory cart. And he went back down to the bottom to defend. Sabarin quickly told him to keep going. Keep your head forward. There's a lot of racing left. 3 minutes is what we got left on the clock. They worked their way out of turn number 4. There's a look at Macy Williams. She's already ahead of Ryan Raffa and Brandon Siraki. So Macy into the top 10. And that group of Sabarin and Sawada that we took a look back to. They got Macy starting to close down the gap to him.
You have to think, what is Oliver Hodgson missing right now? The front two have continued to pull away from him just like they did in Heat 1. You have to think, what is Oliver missing after winning last weekend here?
I mean, different package, right? You talk about the X30 last weekend, the Rotax this weekend. Very different track, very different tire as well, right? A tire that, you know, Isaac Malquit is familiar running over on the K100 senior side of things, but this weekend, you know, having that's really back to the Avinco Blue, right? The Avinco Blue is the tire that we've been talking about. Let's head down to Jerry. He's standing by trackside. Jerry?
Yeah, Caleb, there's two things that I'm noticing. The first thing, Oliver Hodgson seems to be struggling a bit, in the 90 corners, the corners where you're having to put a lot of load onto that outside rear tire, seems to be struggling center off. The other thing, the wind has definitely picked up quite a bit. Looking at a lot of our KC10s, looking at the Rotax flags, the wind has definitely picked up as well.
Yeah, thank you, Hunter. So, very good point there, right? Throughout the 90s, seems like Hodgson doesn't have what the two drivers ahead of him have. That's just center off the corners. That's just halfway through the corner and then on the exit of the corner, if you will. And then the wind, I mean, you could hear it through Jerry's mic there, right? Picking up here, you see it in the flags as well. I can only tell you one thing. We're just going to beat the afternoon showers that are going to work their way out here to Newcastle Motorsports Park. But this time by 2 laps to go for Aiden Ingrata, for Isaac Malquit, for Oliver Hodgson, who lead this field away. And Ingrata looking a lot better in heat race number 2 in comparison to heat race number 1. Able to pull away from Malquit here.
Yeah, I was about to say that Ingrata is starting to gap Malquit here. And you were talking a little bit with Malquit earlier, and that was Jerry, and Malquit says Mike doesn't make a lot of changes to the go-kart. He really just tells Malquit to drive, and you have to think, with the sun coming out, do they need to make a change to the chassis now, or is it still just go out there and drive, and maybe they miss tire pressure just that tiny little bit here in this race?
Yeah, and we'll see if Isaac Malquit can find something here in this last lap to try and take the fight up to Aiden Ingrata, who has looked really, really good. And again, a good point there with Isaac Malquit, right? Just going out there, driving, learning a little bit, and how do you adjust? Well, there's a white flag. One more time around, we'll see if Malquit has any sort of response for the pace that Ingrata has shown so far in this race. And Oliver Hodgson again, similar story to what we saw earlier. And Blake Nash gave us a really good perspective after following along with Oliver. Said he felt like he got a little bit too tight. We'll see if that's the case as well with Ollie. Nonetheless, though, Antoine Lemieux, good drive up the field for Antoine. 10 spots gained in this race here.
Yeah, great drive for Antoine here, up 10. But you have to think about the fastest driver on track that we were talking about earlier, who was fastest. Macy Williams, she was up 8 earlier. She's dropped back a little bit now. Ryan Rothfuss got back by her, and Landon Boer also got by her, but she is the fastest on track.
Yeah, Macy Williams putting down a good couple of laps. The qualifying is really what's kind of hindered her weekend up to this point. Hasn't been able to get back up to the front, but Aiden Ingrata, he qualified on the pole. He was beat by Malquit. He's going to respond in heat race number 2. Aiden Ingrata caps off the day with a win over Little Sizzle and Oliver Hodgson. Antoine Lemieux, hard charger. 10 spots gained to Finnegan Bailiff, Blake Nash, Mason Kuhn, Ryusei Sawada, Arnold Sabrin, and Ryan Raffa, your top 10. Landon Boer, Macy Williams, Brendan Saraki, Thomas Anthony, and Toby Lean. Those are your top 15. And it was all said and done. But that's it. That concludes the day of racing. We won't sign off just yet. Jerry's got to catch up with a couple of them, and one man who's been on the back foot today has been Oliver Hodgson on a day that's given these drivers a lot to do, a lot to try and adjust to go faster and faster, session after session. Tomorrow it'll be Aiden Ingrata and Isaac Malquit on that front row once again. The tiebreaker will go the way of Aiden Ingrata with the pole position in the qualifying session.
Oliver, it seems like you've been looking for just a little bit all day. Were you able to pinpoint what you're looking for in that last session?
Yeah, pretty confident. Like, I ran another test there on getting ready for tomorrow. So we had a really good cut at the end of yesterday. So yeah, well, I think I know what to do heading into tomorrow. And yeah, we've got to try and make that Sunday afternoon race count. So yeah, we're kind of in that striking distance with a bit to do, but really excited heading into tomorrow and kind of all or nothing in that last race.
Thanks, Oliver.
There you guys have it from Oliver Hodgson. All or nothing tomorrow in the main event. Still got to get through a super heat, but it's not Oliver Hodgson that's scratching his head. It's not Oliver Hodgson that looks lost as to what to do. It's an Oliver Hodgson that is confident into what he's going to expect, into what he's going to do tomorrow. That being said, for those of you that joined us today on the Saturday, we thank you very much for being with us. From myself, Caleb Vieska, from Hunter Bolton, from Jerry Fandry, from Kyle, who joined us as well. This is the RMC U.S. Trophy Final. Coverage continues tomorrow, bright and early at 8 a.m. From all of us here at Rotax, from all of us here at Kart Chaser, wish you a good night. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning.
Kart Chaser Group, LLC. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the images, audio, or accounts of this event, in whole or in part, without the expressed written consent of Kart Chaser Group, LLC is strictly prohibited. Thanks for watching.